Hello, blue friends and enemies. Hello, it is I, Tony, again. Kira are unable to join us, and so we are putting our normal stream for Monday on hold. We are streaming tonight and tomorrow night, Umineko, Donako Koroni. Um, Hoping to get to the part where we start delving into the murder mystery tonight for Act 2. Theme song was about to loop. Let's see. There's a certain track I'm wanting to. Okay, so that's the name of the title music. Okay. Good to know. Listless. It's a very specific. No. No. There we go. We're going to give it a couple minutes for people to jump in, and then we will get started. And for those of you just tuning in on Twitch, please do not mind the chatbot. She is unable to be fed until I hit affiliate, unfortunately. Or until Twitch changes the rules, which they promised they do and haven't yet, so. Okay. Let's continue where we left off, shall we? We left off with Shannon self-deprecating. Again. The Ushiramiya family conference was a customary event held every October, but relatives would occasionally visit at other times as well. Of course, they didn't come to just drink tea. From this day, Ava's family had visited the head family on Rokanajima. The 3 people from Krause's family, then the 3 people from Ava's family had gathered in the parlor. And they're having a friendly chat as they updated everyone on their situations. Genji had supposedly told Kenzo of Ava's family's arrival, but he hadn't come down yet. He was probably immersed in his own research and couldn't spare the time. This often happens, so the others waited patiently for their fickle father to come down.
ほう、それは頼もしいじゃないか。お父さんのところでたくさん勉強して、早く手助けができるよう頑張りたまえ。
ありがとうございます。今は父の紹介で、たくさんの人生の先輩方に、本当に貴重な勉強をさせていただいています。そのいずれも、学校では学べないことばかりです。
学校で習うのは国語算数やない。ものを学ぶ姿勢と態度を学ぶんや。その基礎ができて、ようやく生涯をかけた勉強が始まるんやで。ここをな、勘違いしとるやつは、生涯学べん石頭や。
See, Hideyoshi, if he weren't a businessman, and he shouldn't have been, trust me on this one. Hideyoshi should have been a teacher. But then he wouldn't have married Ava, because Ava is a ruthless businesswoman. And they wouldn't have had George. George is obviously not a perfect human being. We saw that last episode, but emotional manipulation aside, he's one of... Here, let me pull this up. Of all the people here, George is one of the only people who isn't a total abusive asshole. I'm willing to bet we're going to find out something about Kyrie at some point where she's been abusive. But I am grateful that Sayo, Shannon, and George are together. I do wonder how that happened, though, given Shannon keeps Collier's old furniture, but doesn't when she's around George. So I wonder if we're going to find out how that happened at some point, too. But, yeah, Tsuyoshi, then you should not have been a businessman.
国語算数で満点取れても、会社じゃ役に立たへん。
全くその通りだよ。秀吉さんの教育方針はいつも本当にご立派ですな。
Here, let me actually do something like that. There we go. That way you can see all the text, even if there is a little bit of stuff still blocking it. I will have to remove the color key when I'm doing a normal stream, but for the purposes of the Umineko streams, this should be fine.
ジョージもまだまだ半人前や。それを常に忘れんで、勉強に励むんやで。
よしなさいよ、あなた。ジョージは言っ つも一生懸命頑張ってるわよ。ねえ。
本当に立派ね。うちのジェシカにも爪の赤を分けてもらいたいわ。
ちぇ、まだテストの結果を根に持ってるのかよ。受験勉強は私なりにやってるって。こんな席でまで言うことはねえだろうよ。うぜえぜ。
When George was praised for his diligence, the conversation would nearly always turn to Jessica, who hated studying. Jessica made an openly displeased face as though she'd known it would come back to her.
やれやれ。ジェシカは勉強と一緒に少しはおしとやかな言葉遣いも学ぶ必要があるんじゃないかね。後ろ宮家の家紋を背負う一人娘がそれではみっともないな。
あら、これはこれで魅力的よねえ。時代は変わるのよ。男に食わしてもらうために定宿を装わなくてはならなかった時代はとっくに終わってるんだから。
I mean, Ava's right. I mean, she is definitely emotionally abusive towards her sister and sister-in-law. But Ava is right in this case.
そうそう。やっぱエヴァおばさんは分かってますね。
今日は頭痛が特にこたえます。
大丈夫ですか？夏日おばさん、顔色が優れないみたいです。
ありがとう。大丈夫です。でも本当に月日が経つのは早いものね。半ズボン姿で浜辺を駆け巡ってずぶ濡れになって帰ってきた日がついこの間のように思います。
それはジェシカちゃんも同じよね。今じゃお化粧の仕方にだってこだわるレディーなんだから。眉にこだわりがあるのね。今日のあなた、とってもキュートよ。
ありがとうございます。誰も気づいてくれなかったんで、自信なくしてたとこです。
A full smile rose to Jessica's face as the results of her own studies were finally noticed. Ava smiled back just as widely. Then she turned that smile towards Natsuhi.
ダメよ、夏日姉さん。自分のこの小さな変化にも気づかなくちゃ。かわいそうなジェシカちゃん。一番最初にお母さんに気づいてもらいたかったでしょうに。ねえ。
And there's the emotional abuse.
いいんです、いいんです。あの人、そういうの全然気づかない人なんで。
And the daughter having the leaps in the defense of her mother. Oh boy.
ジェシカ、母親をあの人呼ばわりとは感心できんね。謝りなさい。
Perhaps being emotionally abusive, check.
言葉遣いについては後でよく言って聞かせます。
ちぇ、お子様は邪魔だってんならそう言ってくれよ。私は席を外させてもらうぜ。ここは空気がよどんでるぜ。
ジェシカ。
Jessica was still at that unpredictable age, with exams right around the corner. Recently, she had clashed often with her mother, who was enthusiastic about her education.
失礼いたします。
Jessica made you to leave the parlor in a bad mood, and Shannon, pushing a serving cart load of the tea, bumped into each other.
ああ、シャノン。私の分のお茶はいらないぜ。私は庭でもほっつき歩いてくる。お嬢様？
シャノン、お茶が冷めます。配膳を急ぎなさい。
失礼しました。
Shannon hadn't actually done anything wrong. But Natsuhi, who felt like some shame to herself had been shown, lashed out at her emotionally. This was something that often happened in the Ushiromiya family. But it seemed that Shannon wasn't strong-willed enough to accept it that way. She shrunk back and nervously prepared the black tea. She had the unfortunate habit of making more mistakes when she felt intimidated. Her pitiful appearance dispersed the peaceful atmosphere that had been there until just a moment ago. This wasn't really Shenmun's fault, but she thought she might be the source and felt the pressure on her chest. Her shaking fingers made the porcelain clatter, and you couldn't have called it graceful, not even as an empty compliment. The more pitiful everyone thought that was, the greater the silence grew. The more irritated Natsuki looked, and the more Shannon cowered. Shannon's thin neck felt like it was being choked and suffocated by the death god called tension. Then George spoke cheerfully as if to blow away the stiff atmosphere.
これはいい香りだね。何の紅茶かな？
これ。
言わないで。当てるから。これは特徴的な匂いだから多分わかるよ。アールグレイかな？
多分そうだと思います。
多分アールグレイで合ってるよ。台所に戻ったら紅茶の缶を見てごらん。
ほう。ジョージ君は紅茶に詳しいのかね？
お世話になっている社長さんに紅茶の詳しい人がいまして、講釈を聞いているうちに少しだけわかるようになりました。
ああ、おこのぎ食品の社長さんかい。あの人、そういううんちくは得意やな。
紅茶の名前って産地を示すことが多いんでしょ？じゃあこれはアールグレイという土地で栽培されたのが由来なのかしらね。
昔イギリスにグレイ伯爵という人がいたそうで、その人にちなんでつけた名前だそうだよ。ちなみにこの特徴的な匂いは茶葉のものではなくて、ベルガモットというみかんの親戚にあたる果物でつけたものなんだって。
そうなの。初めて知りました。そういう知識を持っていると紅茶もより美味しくいただけますね。
酒もタバコも同じや。嗜好品はロマンをたしなむもんやで。こういううんちくが味わいを深めるんや。
薬の能書きと同じよね。夏日姉さんも愛用してる頭痛薬の説明書、今度はじっくり読んでから飲んでみなさいよ。
Ava emotionally manipulating Natsuki again.
それはいい。今夜試してみなさい。
ええ、試してみます。
シャノンちゃん、そのポットを開けてごらん。茶葉の中にベルガモットを乾燥させたものが混じっているのを見つけられるはずだよ。
入っています。オレンジの皮を乾燥させたようなものが混じっています。
多分これがベルガモットだね。アールグレイの香りの主成分だよ。匂いは鮮烈だから味がきつそうな印象があるけど、素直で飲みやすい味なんだよ。ミルクティーにすると香りもまろやかになって素敵かもしれないね。みんなに注いでポットに余った分があったら、ぜひミルクティーにして飲んでみるといいよ。
はい。ありがとうございます。
George gave her a small wink. She had finally realized that George had been doing her a favor by calming down the atmosphere in the room. And he had been doing it for her sake, as she had lost her self-confidence. The Shiromir family did not pamper their servants. So if there was any awkwardness, they would be harshly punished. So it didn't often happen they were given a helping hand like this. Thanks to George's concern, Shannon was somehow able to get a hold of herself and finish serving everything safely. She was calm when she worked. She could easily carry out her tasks elegantly and flawlessly. By the time the black tea was laid out on the table, and the elegant scent drifted around, the room was completely back to how it had been. In a peaceful mood as everyone praised George's knowledge. Shannon wanted to thank him for saving her, but it didn't look like she would get the chance. So she at least thanked him inside her heart, praying to God that George would hear it and push the serving cart away.
ジョージ兄さんは昔からそういう時には助け舟を出してくれるんだよ。話題をさらりと変えてくれるというかさ。
Him and Jessica could be seen in the Rose Garden. Jessica, having gotten into a fight with her mother, now felt unable to simply nonchalantly wander back into the parlor, and so found herself here killing time.
思い返せば、こういう助けられ方をしたのは今回が初めてじゃない気がします。
Whenever I made a careless mistake and George Sama was there, he would always naturally smooth things over and make things harmonious, I think. Maybe it wasn't something as direct as picking up a fork that had been dropped, but that was his way of caring. Even servants have pride. They want to fix their own mistakes by themselves. Because if a guest helped them out with that, then they would lose face.
そういう空気を読むのが得意なんだろうぜ。ま、ジョージ兄さんの美学なんだろうよ。あの人、妙に気ざったらしいところあるからな。そんなことありません。とっても素敵な方だと思います。ひょっとしてシャノン、ジョージ兄さんに惚れた
Sharon had refuted Jessica's words uncharacteristically forcefully, so Jessica caught on immediately.
いえ、そういうことはないかと。そういや、ジョージ兄さんってあまり浮いた話を聞いたことないし。あれ？確か家庭的な子がタイプだとか前に聞いたかな。そりゃいいぜ、シャノンぴったりじゃん。私がですか？そんな、私にはそんな資格ありませんし。資格はあるぜ。何年も昔から顔を合わせてて、半ば幼なじみ状態。互いに男女であることを意識しないナチュラルな関係ってのは、一度意識し始めるとトントン拍子らしいぜ。
Jessica loved teen magazines with these kinds of stories, and she was always on the phone, talking excitedly with her friends about that kind of thing. So she had a keen intuition for this kind of romantic topic. So this wasn't the first time a topic like this had been brought to Shannon. But it was certainly the first time she had noticed George as a member of the opposite sex. She was furniture, and George was an honored guest connected to the Oshiria family. She had thought it impermissible to even imagine any deeper relationship. So she hadn't thought about it. So this is before they got together, okay. Jessica was taking immense pleasure in poking fun at all this since it didn't affect her. Shannon was doing her best to make sure that her blushing cheeks weren't discovered. So if George showed up at a time like that, there would be no way that she would be able to keep her cool. They saw George come out from the entrance hall of the mansion. It looked like he had seen them as well. He headed over waving his hand. Shannon had to frantically try to regain her ordinary composure before George reached them.
おじいさまがやっと降りてきたよ。あとは大人たちの話になるからって追い出されてね。
そりゃ抜け出して正解だよ。じいさまの顔を拝むくらいなら疫病神にキスした方がマシだぜ。
That is a valid assessment, Jessica. Yeah, I would sooner kiss a god of pestilence than look Tinzo in the face.
そんな言い方は悪いよ。ただおじいさまは僕らのことを疫病神だと思っているかもしれないね。何しろ事業用にお金を借りたいという話でやってきたんだから。
That's right. This was the customary annual October family conference. And his family had visited to apply for a business loan from the main family. Kinzo had vast resources, and he lent those out to his children. Of course, this was not money to lend because they had gotten themselves into financial trouble. How would they expand their business using the vast amount of money they had borrowed? How much interest would be attached, and how soon could it be repaid? This wasn't a loan for the have-nots. It was a loan for those who were on the offense. Kinzo judged strictly whether it was worth lending out his fortune, and afterwards he strictly oversaw its use. So there was occasionally this spectacle where relatives visited Brokenajima and explained their business to Kinzo. To the parents, it may well have been a meeting concerning the movement of large sums of money, forcing immense stress upon them. But to Jessica, who lived on this isolated island called Brokenajima, it was a precious opportunity to meet up with her cousins. So even in her bad mood from getting into that fight with her mother, immediately cured by this chat with the infrequent visitor
う
George.
ちも全くケチくせえぜ。 金なんて余ってるんだろうから気前よく貸してやりゃいいのによ。うちの親父もじいさまもどうせねちっこくもったいぶってんだろうぜ。
お金を貸すとき慎重になるのは当然のことだよ。もちろんうちの父さんも借り入れた分で事業を拡大し、しっかり返却できるプランを持って訪れてる。あとはプレゼンテーション次第ってところだろうね。本当は脇で見させてもらって勉強したいんだけど、ちょっと残念かな。
親方様はクラウス様やエヴァ様のことを今でも子供の頃と全く変わらないように叱られるようです。そんな姿を息子のジョージ様にきっと見せたくないのでしょう。
As Shannon hung her head, she thought back on those scenes she had grown used to seeing while working in the mansion. Even Kraus, who acted haughtily towards his siblings, was still treated like a child by Kenzo. Shannon herself had often seen Kenzo slapping Kraus, or making him sit in Seisa's style. Seisa is a traditional Japanese manner of sitting used for formal occasions where respect is demanded. To sit in Seisa, you need to kneel on the floor or a cushion, with your legs folded under your thighs, and sit on your heels, with cups of your feet entirely flat on the floor, and big toes overlapping. This position can be quite uncomfortable to maintain for long periods of time, especially for those unaccustomed to it. I'd be fine. I'd sit like that all the time, and mostly because I don't feel comfortable around people. So. He's probably deeply humiliated to have that forced upon him at his age. And the Ushirumi family taking turn out to be present when this happened was one of the great tasks of the servants. Of course, it did mean that Shannon had been making mistakes by being witness to it.
そうだろうね。それを察して姿を消すのも子供の務めかな。それにしても今年もこの庭園の花は本当に素敵だね。
George stretched as he said that, and truly effortlessly he changed the subject away from something that had become a little gloomy. This time Shannon noticed it too. This person, George, was highly sensitive to the mood of a group, and was always caring enough to change the subject to something harmonious. It had been so smooth that Shannon hadn't noticed until today. Today Shannon had to really admire that behavior of George's. Almost all the boys Shannon knew of her own age were her classmates during her education. But they were all immature, and none of them had the composure that George did. Even though he had been just another guest until moments ago, she couldn't describe him with just that. But that was idle thinking, irrelevant to her work as a servant. Shannon tried to face it away with a small shake of her head.
どうしたんだよ。いえ、何でもありません。お茶のご用意をしましょうか。先ほどのアールグレイを改めてご用意します。
紅茶の名前覚えてくれたんだね。嬉しいよ。
さっきはお気遣いをありがとうございました。
Shannon was finally able to put her thanks into words. If you wrote them out on paper, they wouldn't seem like much. But Shannon had needed just a little courage to say them out loud. But George played dumb.
何のことだい？お礼を言われるような覚えはないけど。
It seemed as if he was being a gentleman in his own way, saying that he hadn't helped her because he wanted to be thanked. It seemed the truth his response had been more or less predictable to Jessica. She burst out laughing uncontrollably.
なあ、こういうところ気ざったらしいだろ。いえ、そんなことは。
Jessica made fun of Shannon as she remained silent and red-faced. George didn't know the details, but he naturally joined in, laughing the same way. The three of them lazily walked around the garden, talking about what was new. George, as the oldest cousin, talked about his life experiences. Jessica talked about the recent life on Rebunajima, and Shannon talked about her recent work. These little topics went round and round in circles. Even when the other stories had been fascinating, Shannon had never felt particularly connected to their contents. She was nothing more than a servant, and she had no intention of delving into her master's lives. She simply wanted them to enjoy their time speaking with her, and was only pretending to listen intently and nodding at the right moments. But for some reason, she found talking to George deeply interesting today. Even for things that she would normally ignore, she felt like she could feel kindness hidden beneath the words. For some reason, she wanted to know more things about George, no matter how trivial. So she stared fixedly at him. She thought that as far as looks went, this person who she would meet George was probably about average, and he didn't really stick out. But he was diligent, serious, and deeply thoughtful in a way that allowed him to understand people's hearts and care for them. But she had never been aware of these things until now. She might not have met him many times, but she had known his face for many years. Even so, she had not noticed until now. Hold on, sorry. So Shannon felt ashamed of this and her cheeks went red. Maybe George thought that Shannon was appreciating him talking about himself, because he continued to relate his personal stories. But Jessica didn't miss that slight change in Shannon. So she turned the discussion around to the topic Shannon wanted to hear about the most.
そういやさ、ジョージ兄さん、いい加減に彼女とかはできたわけ？
なんだい、やぶから棒に。
Normally, just George's reaction would have been answer enough. But for some reason, as she was now, Shannon found himself unable to understand it unless he said it clearly.
そのジョージ様はお優しいですから、さぞや。
いや、その。
Hold on. You must. I'm sure he must be very popular with girls. Sorry about that. No, there we
よ
go.
せよシャノン。そういう追い詰め方はかえって意地悪だぜ。私は別に意地悪のつもりは。
嬉しい勘違いをありがとう。残念だけど、特定の一人の女性とはまだご縁がないよ。見ての通り、容姿も並以下だからね。女の子を楽しくさせてあげられるような気の利いた話術もないし。
そんなことないと思います。それに男性の魅力は容姿では測れないところで決まるんじゃないかと思います。だからそのジョージ様はとても魅力的な男性じゃないかと思います。
Shannon was uncharacteristically verbose. Compared to her normal self, she was being very wordy indeed. George looked very pleased about hearing his own charm described, but he was just a little surprised at this high praise. Jessica, sure now that her own imagination was right on the money, acted as though she could barely hold back her laughter.
ありがとう、シャノンちゃん。僕に魅力を感じてくれるような寛大な女性に早く巡り会いたいね。
きっと巡り会えると思います。ジョージ様の本当の魅力に気づいている女性はきっといえ、大勢いらっしゃると思いますよ。
She begged one to say there's a groom not very far away. He avoided saying that much, trying a final line as a servant.
そうかな。さすがに照れるね。
Maybe he had never been praised this much by a girl. George's face turned just as bright red as Shannon's, and she watched the two of them. Jessica giggled sadistically.
ジョージ兄さんもやがては素敵なパートナーと出会うだろうけどさ、今のままじゃきっと上手にパートナーをエスコートできないと思うぜ。勤勉でいらっしゃるようだけど、そっちのお勉強はからっきしみたいだしよ。
悪かったね。その勉強はこれから少しずつしていくよ。
相手もいないのにどうやって？恋愛映画でも見る？それとも秀吉おじさんに習う？
まるで鬼の首でも取ったみたいだな。 こういう話では男は女の子にかなわないね。
Nanny, when George and Jessica got together, their parents would say George is diligent and admirable, and Jessica is lazy and rude. So it's probably irresistible fun for Jessica when the roles were finally reversed. George also realized that, so this time he was content with being the one who was teased.
ジョージ兄さんさえいいならさ、シャノンでちょっと練習してみたら？シャノンを一日退屈させずにデートに連れてくんだよ。
Hold on. Sorry. What do you think, Pat? What are you planning? When she heard Jessica's audacious plan, Shannon's face turned bright red, and the donut of smoke rose from it with a poof.
それはとても魅力的な提案だけど、シャノンちゃんに悪いよ。彼女の貴重な休日を奪うだけじゃない。彼女が本当に思いを寄せる人と二人きりで過ごす聖域に僕が割り込んでしまうことになる。そんな無粋なことはできないね。
私も思い人とかそういう人はいませんので、そういうお気遣いは、無用なのです。
Shannon's blood had all rushed to her head, and it looked like even she didn't know what she was blushing about. Jessica, who knew how Shannon normally was, seemed to find that really comical. She couldn't hide her cackling laugh anymore.
そうなのかい？シャノンちゃんみたいな可愛い子が独り身なんて信じられないね。
私、使用人ですから、男の方との縁なんてありませんし、ってことは、シャノンも将来素敵な男性を射止めるために交際の練習が必要だってことじゃないのかよ。つまり二人とも互いの思惑は一致するわけだ。なるほど、こりゃいいぜ。
Jessica irresponsibly cheered the two of them on. Now George was also hanging his head red-faced.
ジョージ、さっきから呼んでるわよ。聞こえないの？
Since Ava appeared in what was already an embarrassing situation, both of them became even more flustered. Jessica was in stitches.
母さん、ごめんよ、話が込み入っちゃっててね。気づかなかった。
これはエヴァ様、大変失礼しました。
若い子たち同士で大層盛り上がってたみたいね。あなたたちもみんなお年頃だもの。そういう話題が尽きないのもよくわかるわ。
嫌ですね。エヴァおばさんだってまだまだお若いじゃないですか。秀吉おじさんとの馴れ初めを聞かせてくださいよ。
あら、そんなの言えるわけないわよ。
I'm willing to bet it was an arranged, like a matchmaker situation, not like a family matchmaker situation, given how she had him take her last name. Or worse, she did it because she sensed he was a good businessman. Not really a great businessman, but decent, and she went for it.
本当にみんな若いんだから。
それで何、母さん、用があって声をかけたんじゃないの？
お父さんたちの話が終わったわ。おじいさまにあなたの話をするからいらっしゃい。
僕の話？何の話かな？
今みんなでしてたのと同じ話よ。ほら、例の話。
あの話かい。別におじいさまに話すようなことじゃないんじゃないかな。
何の話だよ。まさかジョージ兄さん、誰かと結婚するの？それはおめでとうございます。
違うよ。特定の女性はいないってさっき言ったじゃないか。
威張ることじゃないでしょ。 まったく。
Ava smiled bitterly, looking a little exasperated.
わかった。ジョージ兄さん、あれでしょ。お見合いだ。
Yep, they're trying to force him to marry someone he doesn't love. Fuck.
お見合いですか。
まあね。
As a man, George undoubtedly wanted to find a partner by himself inferior off himself. So it seemed that he found the idea of meeting his partner for the first time in a marriage meeting arranged by his parents to be a little pathetic.
お見合いというのはもっと年齢が成熟してからするものじゃないのかな。僕はまだ一人前になったって自覚すらないというのに。
もちろん即結納即結婚なんて焦る気は全然ないのよ。親睦を深めて年齢的にもう少し落ち着いてから籍を入れる形でも問題ないの。
From the first impression Ava was giving and George's evasiveness, it seemed he could catch a glimpse of how this marriage meeting linked into everything. I was right. They're trying to force him to marry. Who this other person was remained unclear, but it was surely someone profitable to Ava's family in a business sense. It felt almost like a political strategy. They wanted to create a connection between the two families, if not by changing registers, then at least by having them get engaged.
結婚はね、好きになってからするものじゃないの。してから慣れることよ。
Ava, you are so fucking wrong on so many fucking levels on this one. I'm sorry, your status as the cool aunt is gone. Like, dead gone. I prefer Natsuki, the fucking Karen, to what you just said. God.
感情だけで結婚すると必ず後悔する。身元のしっかりした人を生涯の伴侶に選んで、それから愛情を築いていくのも決して間違ったことではないの。
エヴァおばさん、それじゃ秀吉おじさんに悪いですよ。
私はあの人のこと大好きよ。いつまでも一緒にいて人生を共にしていきたい。
エヴァ様、素晴らしいです。本当にご立派です。
ありがとう。でもその気持ちは二人で夫婦をしていくうちに育んだものよ。そして今の私たちより未来の私たちの方がもっともっと仲良しだと信じてる。私は夫婦はそういうものがいいと思ってるの。
だからって好きでもない相手と結婚してもいいって論法にはならないと思うけどな。
だからって好きな相手なら誰と結婚してもいいという論法にはならないわ。結婚は一瞬。でもその後の夫婦生活はずっとずっと長いの。だから一時の感情に任せず慎重に相手を探すべきなの。そしてそれは人生経験の未熟なあなたよりお母さんたちの方がうまくやれるとは思わない？
Yeah, Ava's now emotionally abusing George in a way that seems pleasant.
それはそうかもしれないけど。
あなたは私の自慢の一人息子よ。どこへ出しても恥ずかしくないくらい立派に成長してくれたわ。バトラ君は籍を抜け、あなたが今やお父様の血を引く唯一の男孫。あなたにふさわしい相手は慎重に選ばなくてはならない。
As everyone related to the Ushiro family knew, Ava adored George so much that he was the apple of her eye. But that didn't mean she had pampered him. She had raised him strictly, and he had grown into a charming man who wouldn't betray her expectations. Oh, so the underlying emotional abuse is there. Check. That's how he was the apple of her eye.
あなたの相手は決して母さんたちの損得で決めてなんかいないわ。あなたにふさわしい本当に素晴らしい女性に母さんが合わせてあげる。今はあなたの中にある青臭い若さがそれを疎むかもしれない。でも これだけは母さんの言うことを聞きなさい。私があなたのためを思わなかったことが一度でもある？
それはないけど。
今はそれで結構よ。さあ行きましょう。お父様を待たせてるわよ。急いで屋敷に行きなさい。
じゃあごめんね、二人とも。また後で。
George bowed to the two of them, and after bowing once more to Shannon, he dashed off to the mansion.
じゃあおばさんも行くわね。楽しい話を打ち切っちゃってごめんね、ジェシカちゃん、シャノンちゃん。
気にしないでください。じゃあシャノン、私たちは行こうぜ。はい。
大丈夫よ。ジェシカちゃんだってきっとそのうち素敵な出会いがあるわよ。ジェシカちゃんにふさわしい素敵な方がね。
私と同程度ってことは成績の悪い男かな。なんだかうぜえぜ
もちろんシャノンちゃんにもね、あなたにふさわしい素敵な男性がきっと現れるわよ。
はい、ありがとうございます。
As Ava giggled and smiled, she perched Shannon's ear with a hand over her mouth, as though she was trying to tell her a secret. He's about to emotionally abuse Shannon.
使用人風情のあなたにぴったりの相手がきっと見つかるわよ。義務教育に行かせてもらった恩も忘れて身の程を知りなさい。
Check. Ava has officially got you on my shit list.
そんなつもりは。私。
ジョージはお父様の血を引く孫の中では嫡男に当たるのよ。ひょっとしたら未来の後ろ宮家を背負うことになるかもしれない人。その期待に応えるためにたくさんの勉強を重ねて素晴らしい大学に入り、素晴らしい成績を残しているわ。そんなジョージと無能無資格無教養な使用人風情が釣り合うと本気でお思い？
Those malicious words all poured into Shannon's ear without spilling a drop. Oh, Shannon. I swear, just that line alone should be enough to make Shannon want to murder Aunt Ava. We'll see what happens. To Shannon, it was like cold water being poured in there.
私は。
This was all whispered in secret, and with the same smell as before. Jessica could only see Ava's expression didn't think it was anything other than Ava telling Shannon some embarrassing story about love. When their secret conversation ended, Ava patted Shannon's shoulders as though to underscore her message.
大丈夫よ。あなたにぴったりのお相手がきっと見つかるからね。
She treats everyone she sees as beneath her like dirt. So it was inevitable she was gonna abuse one of the servants at least. This... They should have seen it coming. Aunt Ava, who guided this?
じゃあね、ジェシカちゃん。また後でね。
はい、また後で。秀吉おじさんとの話、その時聞かせてくださいね。
いやよ。
Ava laughed dryly and headed back to the entrance hall. Behind Jessica, who was cheerfully waving her hand, Shannon reflected very deeply on those words of Ava's about knowing her place. I felt deep remorse for my brief moment of conceit. I had forgotten I am furniture. Furniture isn't human. So I am a being who must feel gratitude for even being treated like a human. And I am not permitted to wish for anything more. When the people develop affection for furniture that they're used to using, that is an emotion on the human side, and the furniture has no right to hope for that. They should just serve with simple honesty every day. I swear, whoever drilled this furniture nonsense into Shannon and Canon, and Denji too, to an extent, because I heard Denji do it to himself at some point. Like, I want to murder them. But that feeling I felt when talking with George-sama and Jessica-sama is a forbidden drug for me. In other words, it may have been an emotion I must not know.
シャノン、先ほどからぼんやりが過ぎます。体調でも悪いのですか？
いえ、失礼いたしました。
Natsu's words, too distracted, were right on the mark. Even Shinna couldn't believe that she hadn't noticed Natsu until she had been called. This was supposed to be the time when she had to concentrate on the cleaning. But she had just kept sighing and hadn't accomplished
た
anything.
とえお客様がおられなくても、常に気を張っていなくてはなりません。そんな様では、後ろ宮家に仕える使用人として情けありませんよ。
はい、以後注意します。
もうじき、当主様と主人がお帰りになられます。書斎の清掃は済んでいますか？階段の清掃は済んでいますか？
申し訳ございません。まだです。
ええ、知っています。ですから、ルノンにやらせておきました。あなたがもたもたと廊下を清掃している時間で、彼女は書斎と階段の清掃を済ませてしまいましたよ。
それは、丁寧にお掃除をしていたから。
Shide is simply embarrassed, so she would always carry out her tasks seriously and properly, without any omissions. So she was always slow with her work, and contrasted them and skillfully cut corners where they shouldn't be cut. So she could complete her jobs with a result that looked similar to an outsider, but in a much shorter time. In other words, she was shrewd. Compared to her, we should say that Schumann, who had just talked back to Natsuhi when she was already in a bad mood, was not true in the slightest. Of course, there was nothing that Natsuhi couldn't stand more than a servant talking back. Her forehead creased and she spoke sternly. And yet her speech was slow and admonishing, which was terrifying beyond measure. And finally made Shannon realize she had said the wrong thing.
ならば、存分に丁寧な清掃を心がけなさい。シャノン、あなたにこのまま大広間の清掃も命じます。当主様の大切な絵画が多数飾られ、後宮家への賓客をお招きすることもある大切な広間です。埃一つ残さないよう、あなたが納得するまで丁寧に清掃なさい。もちろん今日中にです。それを終えて私に報告するまで、食事も休憩も許しません。
I take back what I said about Natsuhi. I didn't realize she abused Shannon this much. Fuck you, Aunt Natsuhi. You're back on my shit list. Ava's still on my shit list. God, all of the parents are on my shit list.
わかりましたね。
はい、奥様。
結構。使用人はその言葉だけを口にするように。次の口答えには、より厳しい罰を与えますから、そのつもりで。よく胸に刻んでおきなさい。
はい、奥様。ご指導をありがとうございます。
どういたしまして。
Yatsuhi headed off down the corridor, making a gesture as if her headache was troubling her. Once Shannon couldn't see her anymore, she hung her head and sighed. This happened because I let my thoughts take me. I might be bad at everything I do, but I should at least be able to carry out the cleaning as well as an average person can, right? I can't even do that properly. It's so pathetic it makes me cry. Oh God. Kirav? Are you in earshot? Be like this? Because I'm getting deja vu. Does one of us have this problem, this severe inferiority complex? That's a yes. Okay. And there's something even more pathetic. Not only was I unable to perform a single bit of cleaning well, but just now when Natsuhi was scolding me, I was envisioning him appearing and rescuing me. Only George Sama had been here. Perhaps he would have casually stepped in and saved me. I'm sure he would show up cheerfully. He'd actually act like he doesn't know what's going on, and nimbly change the subject and make me forget I was ever reprimanded by Natsuhi. I kept envisioning him, suddenly appearing from the other side of the door, or the other end of the hallway. I envisioned the kind of person that would be an appropriate partner for me. Sorry, an appropriate partner for him in a marriage meeting. Ew. Okay, my bad. Shit. And I envisioned how unfitting I am for him. David told me that clearly. He would repeat it endlessly through my dreams.
姉さんは相変わらず不器用だね。奥様は今朝から虫の居所が悪い。黙ってうなずいていればいいものを余計なことを言うから。
カノン君。
Ganon was suddenly there. Spitsnick's world was quieter than the cat's, and he left no trace of his presence. She probably wouldn't have noticed him no matter how long he stood there. The expression on Canon's face was hatred. That expression he was making, he surely made for Shannon, who didn't know how to do so herself.
奥様も、そしてルノンも地獄へ落ちろ。あいつは奥様がどこをチェックするか知ってて、そこしか掃除しない。さっきの掃除もそうだった。見ていたから知ってる。本当の意味での掃除なんかしてないんだよ。丁寧に掃除する姉さんに寄生してるだけの最低なやつだ。
そんな汚い言葉を使ってはダメよ。汚い言葉はカノン君の綺麗な魂まで汚してしまう。だからせめて私の前ではそんな言葉遣いをしないでね。
Canon faced away, acting sulky. It was a dishonest reaction, very like Canon Trin, but I was a little happy. He got angry in my place.
大広間の掃除は大変だよ。僕も手伝う。
ありがとう。でも奥様に命じられたのは私だから大丈夫。カノン君にも自分のお仕事があるんでしょ。
汚らわしい仕事だよ。僕の魂なんてとっくに汚れてる。
Canon down upon his head and bit his lower lip.
手伝ってくれるという言葉だけで私は十分。カノン君も自分の仕事に戻らないとあなたまで罰を受けることになっちゃう。そしたら私は悲しい。
Shannon knew Karen's character well. Sometimes he didn't reflect on himself. If I don't refuse forcefully, he will help me even if it means neglecting his own job. Canon was a little sad that his favor had been rejected. But he realized that in the end, going too far would also cause her pain, and he gave a single small sigh.
わかったよ。姉さんも頑張って。
それに私にも責任はあるから。
姉さんには責任なんて何もないよ。
あるの。だからもう言って。
Kaneku's face showed that he still hadn't completely accepted it, but he stopped being persistent and disappeared. Even though Kamen-kun had given me words of comfort when I was down, even so I was still dejected because it hadn't been him. That was simply a sin. Far beyond any dream the likes of me could be permitted to see. Know your place. Shannon, who had neglected breakfast, was already starting to feel her thoughts attenuate. But if she didn't finish cleaning the reception hall, she couldn't receive Natsuhi's permission to eat. That cruel Natsuhi had surely told the kitchen of that. I had to respectfully receive Madame's punishment. That's right. My position in the world is furniture, and I had been intoxicated by a dream that is beyond me. I finished clearing the hallway and went to the reception hall. My hunger makes a noise more sensitive. The kitchen was far away, but somehow I could smell the delicious aroma wafting from there. stimulating my empty stomach all the more. Until I finished up here, I could not get any soup. Oh. Natsuki, you abusive monster. Noble you may be, but you're absolutely the worst kind of person, and so is everyone. Everyone who is a first-generation descendant of Kinzo, and Kinzo isn't much better, he might even be worse. Well, sorry, I had to vent. I just had to prepare myself. Several portraits were hung in the reception hall. One of those portraits was thought amongst the servants to hold a special meaning. It was the portrait of the witch. That wasn't its true name, but everyone in the mansion called it that. The name of the woman with elegant blonde hair, drawn as the subject of that portrait, was Beatrice. It was whispered that she might be the former mistress of the family head Kinzo, and also that she was the great witch who had given Kinzo his legendary gold. The witch Beatrice, master of the night on Rokunajima. She was gracious to those who respected her, but she would always curse those who made light of her. It was in Shannon's character not to neglect rules and beliefs such as those. Hold on, sorry. So she guarded the portrait of her other master as that person herself, and always treated it carefully, treasuring it, and it had become part of her daily routine to talk inside her own head to the witch who only existed inside the portrait. She was furniture. Furniture doesn't complain. Can't complain. So she had no right to speak her mind about her difficult days. No right to open her mouth and say those words. So she at least spoke her mind inside her heart. Those words she couldn't say aloud, she spoke inside her heart and protested to the formless witch. Of course the witch didn't answer. She never consoled, and she never laughed it off. Shannon could only interpret that silence as she liked, as though the witch was at least listening attentively.
ベアトリーチェ様、みすぼらしい私の話を聞いてください。
As Shannon wiped the dust from the witch's portrait, she spoke inside her heart.
私は確かにエヴァ様の言う通り、無能で無教養な家具です。人じゃない。だから恋をする資格などないかもしれません。でも、だったらどうして恋を知ることのできる心などお与えになったのでしょうか。
Shannon paused there and held back her tears for a time. Sound of the rain, which had started falling, along with the chill air in the reception hall, made her feel as though her shabbiness had increased another level.
本当の家具なら心なんかない。だから人を愛したりしなくて済むじゃないですか。だから苦しまない。私も同じ家具なのに、どうして心なんかあるんですか。こんな苦しくて辛い思いをするなら、こんな心なんて与えないで欲しかった。
なるほど。
Wait.
家具に心を与えたか。あれも時には愉快なことをする。
The witch who never answered or laughed, answered and laughed. If Beatrice is an embodiment of the rules of the world, in all their brutality, if she just audibly answered This. Uh-oh. I got a bad feeling. My imagination? Hearing things? No. After all, the next words became a voice, and I could hear them not with my heart but with my ears.
人間は世界を構成する元素について紀元前の昔から探求を続けてきた。
Oh God. I was not ready for a magic lecture, but it's time. The fundamental nature of magic, as it is presented in this visual novel, aligns with the type of magic I work. It's not chaos magic, although chaos magic is acknowledged as a valid magic system in the kind of magic that I do. I just don't do it, because it's fucking dangerous. What she's about to do, if she started this off by mentioning the search for the elements, she's going to get to the one element theory, which is the theory I live by. And I hope, beyond hope, that she, as cruel as she is, as we've seen in previous episodes, I'm hoping she doesn't exploit that.
古代ギリシャ人たちは風、火、水、土の4つで世界の説明を試みたという。
Yeah, I was right. One element theory. She's a witch who uses one element theory. Fuck, I understand her now. Why do I have to understand her now? Oh, she is so evil. And yet right. She's evil and right. She's not good, she's not nice, she's just right. Shit.
その後も数千年かけて人間たちはその4つにさまざまな元素を加え5代、6代、7代、8代、12代とさまざまな解釈で世界を説明しようとしたが唯一の真実である一なる元素を説明することはできなかった。
I fucking knew it. The one true single element.
しかし星の導きによって現れた一人の男がついにこの世界を構成する一なる元素を説明した。
However, a single man appeared by the guidance of a star and explained the single element that makes up the world. This is a direct reference to Christianity, folks. Christianity is a form of witchcraft. I'm sorry, that's what it is. And if misapplied, it becomes chaos magic. As I said, fucking dangerous. And almost every Christian in this world uses chaos magic because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. True Christians understand the basic theory behind this, what she's saying. The single element that makes up the world. That goes beyond subatomic particles, and the one thing that makes up even those tiny, inobservable particles. One thing. And one thing alone. And that is the basis of all science, all reality, and all magic. And Jesus was the only human philosopher, albeit some believe he's a demigod. I don't know where I stand on that anymore. I'm not a Christian anymore. But he was right. And Beatrice is right. She's evil. And she's right.
何かわかるか？
Shannon finally, carefully turned around. Right there, she existed. Not as an illusion, in reality. The contrast made by the lightning made it clear that this was not just a daydream.
それは愛よ。
It is love. Yeah. Yeah, but it's literally the essence of existence. Without it, you are not human. Something Chaos Magicians will never understand. Fucking Kinzo. Oh. So now I understand Beatrice as a witch. Check. She uses love as power and manipulates love as power in a way that is beneficial to her needs. That is neither a good thing nor a bad thing. That is just a thing that can be done. And I'm not talking about like love or like romantic love. I'm talking the concept of love. Enjoyment. Pleasure. In all its forms. So Beatrice, our main villain, uses the same type of magic I do, just in this setting, she actually has the power to do something with it because, unfortunately, the real world, witches do not exist. Magical practitioners do not exist in quotation marks. I myself couldn't be called a magician or a witch by the definitions of science and the world. That is something Battler has mentioned several times. But on the spiritual level, on the emotional level, empathy, passion, enjoyment, general like and dislike, the fundamental nature of the universe, right there, folks. And we've had to hear it from this witch. The witch of the portrait elegantly held a golden pipe to her mouth and giggled. She laughed at the ignorance which caused mankind's thoughts to stray, far from the most simple answer.
その男は世界のすべてを愛で説明した。
That man explained everything in the world with love.
それこそが一なる元素。
That is the single element. And it explains why the basis for the magic circles that she or whoever is trying to resurrect her is using very heavily Judeo-Christian in focus, because she is obviously basing everything off of his philosophy. I came to the love is magic, and love is the world, and love is everything on my own after my road to Damascus moment with the Father of Wolves. So I don't base it off of Christianity, but given that Beatrice is an Italian name, and she looks European, she uses Western magic. And by Western magic, I don't mean Nordic magic, I mean she uses traditional Western magic, using love as the power source, and the loss of love as a power source. I was fucking afraid of this. I hate that I'm right. But I'm gonna continue. Because I want to see what she does.
男は最小の数で世界の構成を説明しきったのだ。
With the smallest possible number, that man fully explained how the world was constructed. All the law and the prophets hang on the commandment to love. I hate that I just quoted the Bible, but I see where she's coming from.
なんとも単純明快にして豪快爽快愉快痛快。やがてその男の生まれた年は西暦紀元と呼ばれるようになったがな。
Yep, I was right. She is specifically referencing Jesus here. The year that man was born came to be known as Anno Domini. Shannon lost any words to speak. She thought that when the first meeting an unknown guest, her first word should ask that person's name. But without saying anything, Shannon knew this person's name, so she refrained. No, surely as a person of this island, asking this person for her name would be the greatest disrespect. Because she was the other master of this island in addition to Kinzo.
ベアトリーチェ様。
いかにも。
That was the she got added to the character screen. Let's look. Beatrice, the golden witch who has lived for 1,000 years. She has already surpassed the limits of humans, and it is said that she will appear in response to a human summons, just as demons do, to lend to them her power for a price. Likes black tea and ice cream, hates boredom, and those who deny her existence. I foresee an enemies to lovers ship right here. Don't mind me.
わらわがベアトリーチェである。1000年を経ても人がわらわを見て最初に浮かべる表情は変わらんな。
The witch giggled at how Shannon's reaction didn't betray her expectations. Shannon realized that she had met with a being that mustn't be met with, and she took a step backwards. That's where the wall and the portrait were, so even as she gazed at the witch, she supported the witch's portrait on her back.
お前の悩みは愛ゆえよ。
Your worries are due to love,
それはすなわち
which is the single element of the world. Summed up nicely.
つまりこの世のすべてだ。それが満たされぬということは世界が満たされぬに同じこと。それは穴の開いた水筒に水を汲み続けるのに似ている。
Yep. Spot on, Beatrice. Goddamn. Never thought I'd be agreeing with the most evil character in this novel.
くめどもくめども満たされぬ永遠の心の砂漠。人間の基礎にして全てにして現在。
Yep. Fine. Okay. So she is definitely using Christianity as the basis for her magic. But she's utilizing the same type of magic I do. Not chaos magic. Love magic. Now, she just said the original sin that humans are founded upon and everything is made of. The original sin, according to Christianity, was that Eve and Adam, in that order, denied God's love and ate the fruit in order to gain knowledge. Knowledge of good and evil. And the evil that they gained was the knowledge that God did not love them unconditionally. The original sin that humans are founded upon and everything is made of. Ooh.
わかるか？知識の実を口にしたアダムとイブが知ったのは愛だったのだ。
Yep. What Adam and Eve learned when they put the fruit of knowledge to their lips was love. I called it. Beatrice and I are on the same wavelength and I hate it.
すなわちそれは
Sorry.
愛を知り苦しむからこそ人であること。
Because of that, humans were chased out of paradise and became human, which means that what makes one human is knowing love and suffering, which is the loss of love. How is suffering the loss of love? Suffering is what happens when you no longer love the state of the world that you are in. In the case of Adam and Eve, God had been their entire world until they took a bite of the fruit, and learning that he did not love them unconditionally caused them to realize they were naked. Again, I hate that I'm on the same page as the villain. But I'm on the same page as the villain. Shit.
心優しき娘よ。そなたは誇っていい。それを知った今。そなたはもはや家具にあらず。そなたは今こそ人間なのだ。
I do want to point out she just put human in quotes. Humans and what is been referred to as furniture is the knowledge of love and suffering. I kind of want to puke. I'm not going to, but I want to.
我が名にかけてそれを認めようぞ。
That is a phrase that I use when I am recognizing and conducting a naming and binding of a statement. I recognize that upon my name. That means I swear by all that I am. My existence I would stake on this fact that I just stated. I don't use it at work. I don't use it when interacting with family members. I use it only when I am actively casting a spell. Which means Beatrice is doing something. Something. What track is playing? The Golden Sphere. Oh God. She's looking down on high upon a lowly servant, recognizing her, air quotes, humanity, despite whatever the fuck's furniture means, which has some other meaning that I haven't figured out yet. And she is using magic to acknowledge Shannon's humanity despite being, from an objective standpoint, something that is less than human. For whatever reason. I'm sorry? I'm gonna just... I have tea. Like, no, not like I have tea to spill, I have literal tea. And since Beatrice wants tea, I think this deserves a sip. Fuck you, Beatrice.
凡庸の身には理解も辛き話か。まあよいわ。許すがいい。久しぶりに人間と話すのでな。饒舌が過ぎたことを謝ろう。
Without expecting a reply from Shannon, Beatrice laughed pleasantly for a while.
詫びと言ってはなんだが、わらわの力でそなたのその願望を叶えてやってもよいぞ。
That line. She lends them her power for a price. What price are you gonna offer in exchange for filling the love between Shannon and George to be equal? Simple spell. Doesn't always work. Unless there's some serious power behind it. And even then, Beatrice's power has been stated to be the power to kill a person for eternity. And phrased in a way is a pun, meaning she can kill someone permanently, but she can also endlessly kill them, putting them in a state of endless death. So her specific power as a witch using my style of magic with the power of someone who has literal divine power. She can do it. But I see destruction. Something will have to be broken, destroyed, or killed. What does she want killed? Wait a minute.
シャノンはそんな程度でお腹が足りるのかい？だとしたら男ってのは本当に燃費の悪い生き物らしいね。
The date. Shannon saying their relationship was literally the result of magic, which obviously if Beatrice is making this deal with Shannon now, it was. She wants the divine Yearer protecting Broken Ajima from her magic destroyed. Meaning, she actually can't grant that until the divine mirror actively blocking her. But there is something very, 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 very particular about love magic and its limitations. It is limited by the beliefs of the practitioner. Which, given what we learned in the Tea Party, it's exactly how their powers work. So, I'm willing to bet that she's going to, at some point, hopefully, explain how that mirror is blocking her power. Because if I'm right, and they are using my magic school, for lack of a better way to put it, my field of magical talent that I know and understand, she's using it. The only thing that she could possibly want, combined with what we saw earlier in this chapter / last episode, she wants the divine mirror destroyed because it's blocking her magic, because it is incompatible with her beliefs as a witch. And it's actively preventing her from using magic. So she can't even grant this wish until the mirror is gone. Safety! Safety! The meaning of those words surprised Shannon even more than the witch's sudden appearance.
そなたを思い人と添い遂げさせてやってもよいと言っている。
There's probably going to be another catch, because love magic, love and suffering power, because suffering is the absence of love. So whether or not she succeeds in bringing them together, or even if she succeeds, but if the relationship fails, she gets power either way, because she has inserted herself into the relationship. Oh, you evil genius.
本来ならばそれに見合うだけの対価を要求するところだがわらわは機嫌が良い。それにそなたはわらわへの礼を欠かさず今日それへの褒美としてやってもよい。
本当ですか？
Normally, Shannon would have been shocked by this guest who lacked realism and wouldn't have been able to speak. However, as though she had already been caught in the witch's trap, Shannon responded to the witch.
わらわの魔法にかかれば思い人と結ばれるように取り計らうなど造作もない。
As I said, she has no problems getting someone together. She gains power from that too. Them breaking up. Since she inserted herself in the relationship, she gets power from that too either way. But if something's actively blocking her magic, she can't do that. So she will... Where's the catch, Beatrice? Come on, say it. You don't mean it, do you? Those words almost escaped Shannon's lips, but she held herself back with her final reserves of reason. A witch is a witch. A sinister being, yeah. The fact that she is evil has not left my mind, even though she's right. The witch Beatrice is clearly trying to slip through the cracks in my heart and take me prisoner. That sort of temptation, which so many fairy tale picture books had warned me about when I was young, was right in front of me now.
イフもまた敬いの一つよ。心地よくはあるがこれでは拉致が開かぬな。わらわは確かにそなたらが意味嫌う魔女像から離れはせぬ。
So she is outright admitting to Shannon that she is evil. Oh God. That's something people who use love as the primary element for the world as the basis for their magic. In fantasy, when someone tries to adapt my field of magic, that's something they miss. Cards on the table. Face up. only in the acknowledgement of the power difference and being willing to work beyond it. With mutual respect and love, whatever that love may be, or suffering. They nailed it. Oh my god, Umineko nailed the concept of love as the basis of existence. And I'm not even halfway through this chapter yet. Hell, I'm still on the first chapter of this arc. And the magic system is clear as day to me. I now know how the magic works. Which leads me to wonder. An island sealed off. The cops don't know what happened on the island. No one does. Until the storm lifts. I wonder if the murders are happening in a Schrodinger's cat box. If you're watching, don't tell me if I'm right or wrong. That a Schrodinger's cat box is the concept that a time loop can have infinite power, infinite anything, magic, science, technology, even infinite love and suffering. If that time loop is contained within a Schrodinger's cat scenario. Oh god, that's how she resurrects. It's not the sacrifices, it's the fact that the sacrifices are happening inside a fucking Schrodinger's cat box. Wow. I'm sorry. And the fact that it requires the belief of all the people inside the box for it to work. And you have genius touch to the author. Because that is how magic works, regardless of which system you're using. Belief is required for the miracle to occur. And I hear some Christians out there saying, well, no miracles happen with people believing. True. But the problem is, there's a part of the lizard brain of a human that when they get even remotely slightly lucky, some part of their brain, no, that was good luck. There are things in this universe, specifically love, and the powers granted by it, that unfortunately cannot be overwritten. Which makes me wonder, this is happening outside the Schrodinger's cat box. This is before the murders. This is before George and Shannon start dating. She's meddled in the lives of this family and she knows what the fuck she's doing. I mean, give a girl Ross credit, but she is also the most evil, diabolical woman I will ever have the pleasure of laying my eyes on, and I have to respect that. I have to respect. From the perspective of magic existing, this witch. Now, from the perspective of magic not existing, I'm willing to bet this is an unreliable narrator. Honestly, yeah. But, as a person who believes in magic, this scenario could be playing out exactly as we see. Good. Again, I said this during the last arc. Unreliable narrator is a thing in this game. But given how closely they nailed the magic system, and if I'm right about the Schrodinger's cat box, what motive does she have to continue meddling in the lives of this family beyond her initial gift? Other than, get the mirror destroyed, but her continued meddling suggests a deeper motive that I haven't seen yet. She's after something bigger than resurrecting. Because she will literally loop the murders over and over and over again until she resurrects fully. That much is clear. She even stated it at the end of the last arc. But I'm gonna take another sip of tea out of respect for her. I sense a deeper motive here. In more than just protecting her investment by interfering in their lives, I think something else is going on, but I don't know what. I have the entire magic system laid out in my head, all the rules. What was her name? Hookenstell, at the end of the last arc, said that we have to dismantle the rules one by one in order to defeat her. Why do we have to dismantle the rules? Why do we have to dismantle the rules to defeat her? Not just think the fact about magic not existing. Oh gods. I know her methods. I know what she has at her disposal. I know her means. I know her opportunity. But her motive is still fucking hidden because it's not resurrection. It can't be. She'll get resurrected no matter what. That's the point of her power. She can kill an infinite number of times any one person. She has a time loop at her disposal. It's not resurrection she's after. I'm sorry. I'm rambling. You came here to see me play this visual novel, not ramble off a crackpot theory. But as a fellow magical practitioner, Beatrice, what the fuck are you up to?
だが、わらわは敬う者には好意を返す。それは人間も同じであろう。そのように身構えられて好意を返せる人間も またおらぬと思うがな。
失礼しました。そんなつもりは。
Shirley finally realized that her hostility was rooted in this guest, and she finally digested the words that had been spoken to her a short while ago. You are no longer furniture, now you are human. The more she reflected upon those words, the more Shannon felt as though Beatrice could understand all of her suffering. Yeah. And that's what love and magic does. You understand love. You understand the lack of it. Ah.
さっきのその褒美の話って何ですか？
お前がその心を虜にする男と結ばれるように取り計らってもいいと言っている。わらわの肖像画を日々丹念に磨いてくれたことへの礼とでも思うがよい。安心せよ。対価は求めぬ。
Really? Beatrice asked him nothing in return?
わらわは気前がよい。だがな、対価は求めぬが頼みがある。
She's asking for a favor. Okay, okay. Everything's back on track. She's up to something. She's scheming. Well, here it comes. The other Shin inside her sent a warning. This is what she had been so often warned of in all those Harry picture books she had read when she was little.
この島のすぐ近くの海に岩が覗き、そこに小さな鳥居と祠が設けてあるのを知っているか？
Called it. Shannon immediately remembered it. When you reached Rokanajima Bagdo, there was a torii and a shrine on a reef which was too small to even be called an island. Right. She had the feeling that Kumasawa told her its history, but she couldn't remember that very well. A traveling mountaineering aesthetic or someone had built it, or prayed at it or something.
ええ、知っていますが、それが何か？
魔に通じぬものに一から説明はせぬ。早い話がだな。あれには参っておるのだ。
Held it. Pulling the bed. The divine mirror.
実はな、あの祠の中にある鏡が収められている。
Well, that tall aged well?
それをそなたに割ってほしいというのだ。
That tall aged really well. That was a very suspicious request. Shannon didn't know its history, but anything that might be stored inside a shrine would have to be something sacred. Yup. And if it is a sacred object created using Eastern magic, specifically Eastern magic that works properly, it would block Western magic that works properly. I'm not going to explain that. I'm hoping Beatrice does. Because they nailed every aspect of the magic system I use, personally. And I'm willing to bet, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that there's something else up. Because she already has the time limit at her disposal. This meddling here should not be happening. And she wants me to break it? Why would someone as powerful as a witch be unable to do that herself and be asking a human for help? There was no need for Shin to speak her thoughts aloud. Beatrice started talking about this reasonable question before Shannon could give her answer.
あの鏡の魔力はわらわの魔力と相対する。人の言葉でうまく説明できぬな。
There are actually some human words that can be used. It's just slightly inaccurate, but there's a metaphor that I use that I'm hoping she uses. Because if she uses it, I'm gonna fucking laugh.
例えれば食器の違いとでも言おうか。あの鏡はフォークでわらわの力はスープなのだ。フォークでスープは飲めまい？
Okay, that's anything about what I was expecting. But this is even vaguer than the one I used. But yeah, it is the same concept. You could not drink soup with a fork. Western magic, even Norse magic, utilizing love as the power source, and suffering as a consequence. Unfortunately, this not mix well with Eastern magic using the same power source. Because Eastern magic is like a salad, and Western magic is like a soup. The mirror is a fork, and you cannot drink soup with a fork. Excellent way of putting it, Beatrice. Not the metaphor I use, but well done. You made it even more vague than I would make it.
あの鏡の押し付けさえなければわらわはスープを飲むのにぴったりのスプーンが用意できるというわけだ。
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
それさえあればスープも飲めるし岩楼だって掘り抜けるぞ。
Oh god. She's using Birkenstale's logic. Western magic is like a soup. Birkenstale, being the witch from Higurashi, used Western magic in an Eastern setting and suffered consequences for it because of Miss 34. For lack of a better way to put it, I am not going to tell you her name. But she was referenced. This game calls her Lambda Delta. But Birkenstale's magic is also a spoon. Her power, uses a spoon because her magic is a soup. And a spoon can dig a way out of a prison or
目玉だってえ
scoop
ぐり
eyeballs out.
貫ける。だったか？
Yeah, that's the correct metaphor. Yeah. Birkenstale's metaphor is spot on for this. Don't know why I didn't see it.
何の話かわかりません。
So we're building on Birkenstale's metaphor for Western magic to explain this aspect of the power system. Okay.
私の無教養のせいだとしたら謝ります。
こういうことだ。あの忌々しい鏡をわらわのために割る手間をかけてくれたなら、その褒美としてそなたの願いを叶えてやるということだ。
And given what has been said about her not being able to leave the island, that mirror being so close to the island would actively prevent her from granting that wish, because George is off the island. So she can't grant the wish until the mirror is broken. Still don't know what she's up to.
今日のわらわは本当に機嫌がいい。 そなたが望むなら願い事を変えて金蔵に授けた黄金を丸ごとくれてやることにしてもよいぞ。
What? She's willing to give away the Uchiwamera family fortune without a contract in exchange for that mirror being broken. She wants to whip that stuff off the island. And you knew that. She wants to whip that stuff off the island to ensure the time loop occurs. She has the time loop at her disposal. She's got it. She's setting up so that the time loop can work. But she wants to be able to affect stuff off the island. Why?
Oh. お断りします。
Wait. Shannon turned her down? But then why did we see her breaking the mirror? Wait, what?
なんと。
When she heard Shannon's words, Beatrice realized for the first time that her expectations had been betrayed.
理由があれば聞かせよ。誤解があるなら解こうぞ。
理由なんてよくわかりません。でも今日までこの島は平和で何も起こりませんでした。なら鏡を割らなくても今日までと同じ平和がこれからも続いていくはずです。
なるほどなるほど。それはもっともだな。
Okay, something Beatrice didn't think of. Okay.
そなたの言う通りだ。あれを割らぬなら割れぬ今日までと同じ日々が明日も明後日も続こうぞ。わらわが絶対の保証をしようではないか。ベアトリーチェの名にかけて言う。
Uh-oh.
割れぬ今日までと同じ日々が明日も明後日も続こうぞ。
If she breaks the mirror, the unbreakable days that have passed until today will not continue into tomorrow and the day after that. But if she does not break the mirror, the same unbreakable days that have passed until today will continue into tomorrow. Okay, so my knowledge that she needs the mirror broken for the time loop is correct. But there's more to it. And I still don't know what. Why she just cast a spell to guarantee that the time loop, she's risking the time loop on the off chance the mirror gets broken. Oh no. She knows something. Oh, right, she understands suffering, right. Because she understands shame and suffering, he's going to hit that weak spot here at some point. Oof.
それは永久に。
And so forever
永遠に。
in perpetuity, yeah. Shen was seized by an eerie illusion. The mirror was the most likely something to restrain the witch, so breaking the mirror should have been something done for the witch's sake. And yet it felt as though Shannon had to do it for her own sake. It felt like some premise had been switched. Yeah, no. Beatrix is wagering her time loop and her resurrection with the foreknowledge that Shannon will choose to break the mirror, which we saw, because the time loop is already guaranteed. Oh God. She is... Okay, let me explain how this spell works. Because I know how it works, but I'm trying to put the words to it. She basically made unequivocally clear to the universe that if she does not gain access to the ability to affect things outside the island while being stuck there, she is willing to give up her own resurrection. And the universe, whose rules she embodies, will literally force Shannon to do it by switching the premise. Oh God, she's using Shannon's suffering as the bargaining chip, not the time loop. Like, the time loop is the fuel. The suffering of the time loop is the fuel for which she is making Shannon break the mirror. Oh, sneaky.
わらわはあくまでも褒美としてそなたに思いを成就する機会を与えたに過ぎぬ。割ろうが割るまいがそなたの自由だ。割ればわらわはそなたの願いを叶える。割らねば今日までの明日が永遠に続く。そなたの願いは永遠に叶うことはない。わかるか？何を言っているか。
The witch was telling her. She was pressing her, saying to break the mirror if she wanted to be joined with George. She was declaring that if she didn't break it, then her feelings would definitely never be fulfilled. Yeah, that's what I just said.
そんなの聞きたくない。
そなたを苦しめたかったわけではないのだがな。まあいい。愛に苦しさを感じるも人間の醍醐味よ。その感情を存分に楽しむがよい。だが我が力を借りたいと願ったならいつでもあの鏡を割るがよい。そして我が名を叫び呼び覚ますがよい。わらわは必ず約束を守るだろう。これならば文句はあるまい。そなたに今すぐの決断を迫るわけではない。気楽であろう。
Was the steel alternative something she could feel at ease with? Definitely not. The Shannon was burning with love, tormented by passion, being tempted forever by a way of escape was far too cruel a trial. Yeah, Beatrice's gaining power over Shannon. Fucking love magic. I love it. I hate it. And I'm a practitioner of it. And Beatrice, being evil, has no qualms imposing a cruel trial by wagering the fate of her own existence on. Ugh.
この約束に期限は設けぬが、願いを叶える魔法には期限がある。その期限はわらわが決めるのではない。そなたの思い人が自ら決める。
The fundamental limit and making someone fall in love using love magic. 101. If he falls in love with someone else, the magic will not work. Because the magic of the universe will have already worked itself on him prior to a practitioner inserting themselves into the process. This is something that most magic users don't understand. Again, you cannot force someone to love you against their will. You can merely nudge them in the right direction. And if they're already in love with somebody else, there is nothing that can be done. Because the universe itself has spoken. Beatrice is not only right, but she is trying to be as blunt as possible with Shannon so she understands the predicament she is in. Because Shannon literally only has until George falls in love with someone else for Beatrice to be able to do anything. And given we see Beatrice's knowledge of stuff happening off the island, even though she doesn't have access to magic off the island. Oh God. Is the person that Auntie Ava trying to set George up with George's actual soulmate? I mean, there is no such thing, but like, prior to magic being involved, oh God. The ethical conundrum that just happened. I mean, it isn't really an ethical conundrum, except in theoretical magic. In reality, Beatrice nudging George towards Shannon using magic is perfectly ethical. But in meta-ethics of spell work, there is an ongoing debate on whether that kind of a nudge, regardless of what type of magic is used, is fundamentally rewriting the will of a human being and the fate of the universe. Again, I have no issues with it. I mean, I don't do it. She does it. She has no issues with it. But even she acknowledges the limitations. So her magic would make Shannon George's soulmate as though it had always been. But prior to that, George potentially could have had a different soulmate. And what she's effectively doing is doing a, pardon the Homestuck reference, a double reach around into the fabric of fate to nudge George towards Shannon. Yeah. It's, as I said, meta-ethics is spell work. There is a whole debate on it. In practicality, this is just how it goes. But, woof.
意味がわかるか？
わかりません。
そなたの思い人が愛のちぎりを結ぶべき相手を決めた時がその起源となる。わらわは魔女だが鬼ではない。
I am a witch, but I am not a
互
demon.
いを愛し合う二人を引き裂く魔法は持ち合わせていないのでな。
I possess no spell which can tear apart two who love each other, you see. Yep. You can't cause suffering. You can cause love, and then consequently suffering afterwards, but you cannot intentionally cause suffering by tearing apart love. That is the limitation. Well done. Well done, author. Beatrice, you evil Jesus.
そなたの思い人は近いうちに見合いに臨むそうだな。 そなたは世界で一番その男のことを思っているかもしれん。だが世界で一番ふさわしいとは限らんぞ。わらわは見合いの相手を知っている。その娘は世界で一番後宮ジョージにふさわしい。良い学校を出て良い成績を残し、落ち着きがあって思慮深い。お前より美しく、お前より聡明で、お前よりふさわしい。
They on her insecurities, but she's already
お
guaranteed
前
the
のよ
outcome.
うな無知無能無教養の娘がどうしてふさわしかろうか。お前が一番知っている。お前が一番ふさわしくない。お前と後宮ジョージが結ばれるなど想像するだけでも罪深い。愚かしいことよ。愚かしい愚かしい身の程知れい。義務教育に行かせてもらった恩も忘れて。
Oh, the layering of her voice on top of Ava's.
身の程を知りなさい。ジョージはお父様の血を引く孫の中ではちゃっかりに当たるのよ。ひょっとしたら未来の後宮家を背負うことになるかもしれないと。その期待に応えるためにたくさんの勉強を重ねて素晴らしい大学に入り、素晴らしい成績を残しているわ。そんなジョージと無能無資格無教養な使用人風情が釣り合うと本気でお思い？
やめろ！シャノンをいじめるな！貴様は誰だ！
At that time, as Shannon held her head, trying to protect her heart from the blade of Beatrice's words, Cannon ran in front of her. Cannon didn't care who this woman was. As long as he knew she was an enemy tormenting Shannon, whom he loved and respected as a sister, nothing else mattered.
カノン君、この方は。
It seemed Cannon also realized that being standing before him was the witch of the portrait, and also that she was a terrifying being.
シャノンに褒美を取らせたかっただけだが、わらわの言葉が過ぎ、いじめてしまったようだな。それは謝ろう。
Yep. I mean, she is evil, but she has standards. Well played.
だが、先ほどの約束は、そなたへの褒美として残してゆく。わらわの力が必要ならば、いつでも呼び出すといい。その方法はすでに教えた。では、これにて今宵は退散しよう。敵意の眼差しは心地よくあるが、美容にはちと悪いのでな。
消えろ。お前が何者か知らないが、お前はシャノンを脅かしている。二度と現れるな。
It seemed that Cannon's words made the witch horribly displeased.
言葉を選ばぬか下船め。わらわは敬う者に寛大だが、敬わぬ者には残酷であるぞ。
While she still smiled, the witch's expression began to warp. An oppressive feeling that could not be described with any of these five senses gradually filled the room. Even though they couldn't comprehend what it was, they immediately realized that it to be something terrifying. If you were swimming in the ocean and something large went by in the water beneath you, you would want to escape to the land even before you learned what it was. This was the same as that.
おやめください、ベアトリーチェ様。カノン君はまだ子供なんです。言葉遣いについては謝ります。
Cannon blocked the way to Shannon at the risk of his life. There was tense sweat on his forehead. In that moment, the witch certainly had Cannon's fate in her clutches. She didn't even have to move a finger. She had Tim's fate so readily in her grasp that she could crush it completely with a single twist of her own smile. Cannon also understood that, which is why he was sweating, and his knees felt weak. However, Beatrice abruptly released that feeling of tension and laughed.
よかろう。そなたが求めるなら特別に許そう。カノンとやら彼女に免じて今宵は許して使わす。感謝するがよいぞ。さて今宵はこれで退散する。別れの挨拶に一つ土産を残そう。二人とも左手の手のひらをこちらへかざせ。
Beatrice grinned broadly and snapped her fingers, whereupon their left hands stretched out in front of them and their palms opened against their will. It was a strange sensation, as though only their left hands had become someone else's. It felt like their left hands alone had become puppets, pulled by strings hanging down from the ceiling.
これは何の真似だ。
Cannon resisted, but he couldn't take back the freedom of his left hand.
騒ぐな。
The struggle will not take long. Beatrice held her pipe aloft, and from inside the smoke, gold-colored sparkling dust hovered in the air. That glitter eventually became several gold butterflies. The beautiful butterflies danced freely through the reception hall, creating a fantastical and beautiful world. And two of those butterflies landed on the palms of Shannon and Cannon's hands. There was a sharp pain, as though they had been burned. When the two of them tried to examine their palms, there was no trace left of that inability to move their bodies, which had been there until a second ago.
これは
On the palm of her hand, a small burn mark had been made the shape of a pea. Sorry, the size of a pea, not the shape of a pea. Furthermore, it was shaped like a butterfly, not them.
これは何の真似だ。
Apparently, Cannon had the same bruise on his hand. He stared at the witch-eyed flame.
単なる挨拶よ。他はない。手当ても必要ない。それはわらわが確かに今日ここにあり、そなたと約束を交わしたことを明日に忘れさせぬための印だ。わらわとの出会いは刺激が強い。翌朝にわらわとの出会いを夢か幻と思い込み忘れようとする人間も時にはいるのでな。ゆっくり考えるがいいぞシャノン。そしてゆっくりと休み、明日の朝日に我が印を見て改めて考えてみるがいいだろう。わらわは何も強要せぬ。そなたが自らの意志で自由に未来を決めるがいい。
She already manipulated Shannon's will. Shannon is going to do it. But the illusion of free choice is fundamental to love magic. So, dubious consent is a thing that evil practitioners can still work around. It can be abused very heavily. But, yeah, this is a dubious consent kind of scenario.
もっとも欲する者の対価がその程度で済むとはな。貴殿をテーマに戯曲を書き上げた偉人たちが悔しがるぞ。
So maybe she's doing this not just to get magic off the island. She's doing this to literally annoy romance authors. Oh, she's a troll. Oh, I mean, I understood that, but now I can say it for a certain. Ooh.
それでは縁があったらまた会おう。
久しぶりの会話は実に楽しかったぞ。さらばだ、家具ども。
Beatrice's body crumbled like smoke and blew away. It was golden smoke, no, a flight of golden butterflies. They scattered in all directions inside the reception hall, leaving a golden mist behind as they disappeared in the thin air. After that, only the cold silence was left. The extreme silence was enough to make both of them think they might have been daydreaming until just a moment ago. Which is why the witch had left it. She had left a mark to make it impossible for them to think this was a daydream. As Shannon and Ken got back on the butterfly bruises on their hands, and the pain they felt when they had been left, they stood there for some time, stunned and motionless. From that day on, Shannon was tormented by days of suffering and conflict. Which harkens back to... Okay, this is a new scene. Which harkens back to her... It harkens back to what was said about her date off island with George. Huh.
別部屋ってなんだよ。じゃあわざわざシャロンとジョージ兄さんは別の部屋に泊まったのかよ。
Okay, so we're back. Okay, start of chapter 2. Okay, we're gonna take a restroom break, but before I go, it harkens back to what Shannon thought at the end of the flashback of their date. Love is bringing nothing but suffering. Because her work life and her personal life are now internally in conflict. The suffering is because of the lack of love she's receiving from Jessica's parents, who are abusing her. Let's be completely honest about that. But it hurts her here because she is in love with a member of the family she is serving. And you've given the unreasonable standard that, air quotes, furniture, end quotes, is expected to uphold. That is causing her suffering too. But she is enduring it for the sake of the love she has. Again, as Beatrice said, madness induced by love is the greatest thing about humans. Which once again acknowledges that even if Shannon is technically, quote, furniture, end quote, she is also, quote, human, end quote. And is both deserving of love and suffering in equal measure. God damn it, Beatrice, you are an evil genius. I hope to not see you again, but I know I will, since you've already appeared once in the main story instead of just in the meta world. I am greatly annoyed that she uses the type of magic I do. Admittedly from a different religious source, but still Western magic. Unfortunately. So, yeah. Admittedly, being a 1,000-year-old witch, and also having literal divine power. Yeah. That is something I don't have. So she's able to do more with it. But, fuck you, Beatrice. And with that, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. We will be back, and we will pick up with Chapter 2 of Arc 2 in just a moment. Oh, that. I've cooled off from my rage at Beatrice. The story is not about her. I don't think. Anyway.
はい。そんなにもおかしかったでしょうか。
Since just his cheeks had been stuck with chocolate coated, she took a biscuit that Shaman brought back as a souvenir from Okinawa. It all flew out at Shem and Winchester cried out.
シャノンさ、何のために沖縄まで旅行に行ったんだよ。
Okay, so no sex happened.
それもジョージ兄さんと二人っきりで。それはとても大きな水族館が沖縄にあるからぜひ行こうって誘われて、私お魚とか好きですし。いやだからさ、健全な男女がお泊まりありで旅行に行ったわけだろ。それでチューもなければギューもないのかよ。ましてや部屋は男女で別部屋ってなんだよ。チューについてはノーコメントです。
So there were kisses.
でもギューはありましたよ。
Oh, so there weren't kisses, but they did hug.
ジョージさんの胸温かかったです。そういうことじゃねえぜ。なあもう。
She wanted to see detail.
なんだってこんなカップルがいるんだよ。なあもう。じれってぜ。
Her name is. The shaman's perspective, a lot of things had happened and seemed to have been a very happy trip. But it looked like the missed opportunity had left Jessica feeling greatly unfulfilled. For a while, Jessica chewed on her souvenir, grinding on her bed as she complained about their romance. Jim and George had chosen to go to Okinawa because there was a huge aquarium there. That was because their first meeting had revolved around an aquarium. Since they had started at an aquarium, having their first overnight trip also be to an aquarium must have held some commemorative value.
そんな記念の節目の初のお泊まり旅行ならいろいろと進展するもんがあるはずだぜ。それが男女別部屋、カップルでシングルを2部屋。ああもう本当にどうかしてるぜ。それはお互い独身の男女ですし、ジョージさんがそこをしっかりするのが男女のマナーだとおっしゃって。
Okay. My respect for George is going back up a little. Respecting boundaries is good manners, yes. However,
だからそれを踏み越えるためのお泊まり旅行じゃねえのかよ。もはやキューとかギューとかのレベルじゃねえぜ。お嬢様がどういう意味でおっしゃってるのかわかりませんが、ジョージ様は最後まで本当に真摯でいてくださいました。それは私もそういうことがあるかなというか。でも私たちお付き合いはしてますけど、別に結婚してるわけじゃないし。
very old-fashioned of you, Shannon.
お嬢様が期待されているようなことはするべきです。
I mean, we must do so only after we properly make a vow in front of God and... Okay. Shannon's face was bright red. Okay. She was restlessly fidgeting, making a circle with both hands, then the chain link, continually intertwining and separating and making heart shapes with them. Apparently, the dramatic progress Jessica had looked forward to hadn't happened. But it seemed that it had been a very important experience for Shannon in her own way. Shannon isn't a Christian religiously. However, I'm willing to bet that orphanage that she and Canon grew up in was a Christian orphanage, because at this point in Japanese history there's a lot of them, but I digress, let's continue. So in the end, no matter how much Jessica envied Shannon or made fun of her, it didn't change the fact that Shannon had a huge lead on her.
私も彼氏欲しい。シャノンに先を越されたのが悔しい。彼氏作るときは一緒だぜって約束したのに抜け駆けされた。お嬢様は素敵な方ですから、私なんかよりきっと素敵な方がすぐに現れます。そういう慰めはいらねえぜ。シャノンの裏切り者、出ていけ。
Her asthma was getting aggravated. Jessica threw several cushions at her, but midway she had an asthma attack and started to cough pretty badly. Shannon hurriedly ran over to her and took a look on top of the nearby side table. An adorable basket was placed there, and inside of it was Jessica's inhaler. Shannon picked it up and handed it over to Jessica. Jessica's asthma attacks always came suddenly. Because of this, she had to carry this medicine around with her at all times. She breathed in the medicine, and after some time spent holding back her coughing, her asthma finally settled down. Shannon thought this was a good chance to leave, bowed courteously, and made to exit the room. As she did, one more small cushion came flying and hit Shannon on the head. She looked around and saw that Jessica was on the verge of crying, half her face buried in her last and favorite cushion. That face was red and meek.
お嬢様？シャノンさ、正直に言って、私、髪型とか、変かな。
Jessica.
まさか。お嬢様の髪はとてもお美しいと思います。じゃあ、目とか変かな？鼻とか変じゃないかな？
Wait a minute. I just fucking noticed something. Kinzo's eyes. Krause's eyes. Ava's eyes. Rudolph's eyes. Battler's eyes. Jessica's eyes. Shannon's eyes. Canning's eyes. Maria's eyes. Calling it now. Somehow, I don't know how, Shannon and Cannon are probably also Kinzo's grandkids. I don't fucking know how. Oh God. Yet if they're Beatrice's grandkids. What if Beatrice and Kenzo yeah, there's a fucking way, but some part of me is saying that. Anyway, and I had stranger big in my nose.
やっぱり
Is it the way I...
したかった目なのかな。
No, Jessica.
だから彼氏できないのかな。そんなはずはありませんよ。
I've been suffering two sides of the same coin, and she's suffering because of lack of love. She feels it, and it hurts. She's...
お嬢様はそのままで十分に素敵です。そしてその魅力はこれからもっともっと増していくと思いますよ。でも私だけ彼氏できない。 サクもヒナも彼氏できたのに、私にだけできないよ。やっぱり私には魅力ないからかな。みんなね、文化祭に彼氏連れてくるんだって。私もその日までにはきっと彼氏いるって思って大見え切って、彼氏なんてできやしない。私だけ
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I have kind of simile. And the two problematic alters can vouch for it. Because they've been there too. All three of us have felt this. And, the Kira... I think Tirei Bay has felt this too. I'm gonna confirm. Hey, Kira... Which one of you two felt the most broken up over not being able to get a boyfriend for years? That was right, it was a Bay. Hey Matt. You been in the position Jessica was in? No, I see you walking past. No, don't. That was a yes. He flipped me off. Okay. Oh God. Almost all of me. No. Oh God. That dissociated this pain? Oh. They're just empathizing with their unremembering. Fuck. I'm gonna quickly dip out. I'm not gonna leave. I'm just gonna... I'm gonna be back, folks. Sorry, my heart's breaking and I need to talk to someone. Hold on. Be right back. I'm sorry, but I had to. Oh god, did I just lose all my fucking progress? Yes, probably. Oh god. Oh. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. No, it's not fucking fine. All that fucking stuff about furniture. Okay, I'm actually gonna. The one. That fucking shit. That's not what I wanted. Okay. Shit. Okay. Oh, fuck. I should have saved. Should have saved. I'm a bad gamer. I know. Yeah, I know it. We are literally gonna fast forward through all of this bullshit. We've got.
で半
それま自分
Just who leaves?
はい
George Sage, Chairman.
これは
あの人、
コーチ
ちなみ
そうい
さっきか、
見る
Epic gamer fail. I lost my. I forgot to say before I sappily called my boyfriend to cry because Jessica was crying and it. I'm sorry. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
そういえそうそんな私
おあスタンドおもあかちょっと
おやす
ん
どうした
嬉しい
If you're wondering how I'm doing this, I am rapid. I am a rapid mouse wheeling. Up mouse wheel, it goes to the log. Down mouse wheel, skips. Or
ジョ
is the equivalent of a
ジ
clip.
ョージ様はお優
Depending
し
on how
いで
fast
す
you're
さぞ
shooting
や
it.
その
いや日本
な
あぼ
ジョージ様の本当の
そうす
ひん
わ
お
しまこういう
じゃそ
彼女
思えび
そうしゃん
あそだ結構すんね
じゃ
あ
まそ
いい
ほ
そうよ
おおいお
うんそ
今
あちょ
僕はまだ一人前になったって自覚すら
も感情にいあれそうだだけでだそうあなどばあなたいんばいつおといじまじゃあ
いきにじゃあ
じゃ
Ava abuses Shannon.
しぎ上そう だね。じゃま、いい。
It really fucking bothers Shannon,
さた
but not till he calls it out.
だ
それは
な当主怒りもすばか
The other servant basically pulls a bullshit and makes Shannon look bad.
ねえ奥様は今朝から虫の居所が悪い。
Cannon offers to help in the foyer,
汚だからね。
the reception hall, however you want to say it.
僕
可能
は姉さん
あるんだ。部屋に私だからこう
かかる
Waitress answers.
みんこそごいすな
Beatrice literally tries to try it out.
そ男やいわおすそくみんわちそれそれそわまゆるひさじょわわそこそれわいこわその
さ褒美の話ってなんで
おまらわだこまんはそあひたふわめこあす
お
りぐ
なら
されは
Beatrice casts a spell.
わわそな
そうなの聞きたく
そあいつだわこそひこの約束に期限はねそなびわた
Explaining the
だ
time
が
limit.
その君のそのそ
Throwing Ava's words in her face.
それはで二度この
Sparing Canon.
よくさかのかさは
これは
The mark.
ただでそはよいそわつもきされ
Jessica's outraged.
健全マッチおジャージそんな三女カップルもはやそれは私もでも私たちお嬢ちゃんと髪シャーノンにさ彼氏作るときはいいお嬢シャー
Slowing down.
お嬢様やっぱだからお嬢様
でもそっか私もその日までには
きっと彼氏いるって思って大見え切って。でも私だけ彼氏できない。サクもヒナも彼氏できたのに私にだけできないよ。やっぱり私には魅力ないからかな。みんなね、文化祭に彼氏連れてくるんだって。
Let's see if I can do the time travel thing now. Because if I just unlock the time travel function, that will be fucking helpful. If not, then I'll have to... Okay. So it's once I've saved, I can go back to a previous chapter. That I've already completed. So that'll make it easier if I lose my save. Again, then I have to go all the way back to the beginning. Unless I've saved after. It depends on when I saved. Okay.
私もその日までにはきっと彼氏いるって思って大見え切って。彼氏だってできやしない。私だけ。
Before she realized it, Jessica was shedding huge tears. Jessica hadn't really planned on crying, and of course she felt like supporting Shannon's progress and love as a friend. However, as she had made fun of Shannon, her true feelings had suddenly gotten mixed in, and the tears had just poured out on their own. Shannon understood Jessica's innocent and easily injured heart. Jessica's usual rough style of speech was all this in an attempt to protect her own easily injured heart. As a daughter and successor to the Ushiria family, and as a girl isolated in their Konijima, the only person she could expose her true feelings to was Shannon. Shannon understood that. So she strangely regretted feeling a little too satisfied.
ごめん。涙出ちゃうなんて私変だぜ。ごめん。
お嬢様は素敵な方です。そんなお嬢様に素敵な男性が現れないわけがありません。
シャノン、もう時間だろ。早く行かないとまたゲンジさんや母さんに怒られるぜ。私は全然平気だから早く行きなよ。悪いな、泣いちゃったりなんかしてさ。バカみてえだぜ私。
Jessica faced away as if to show she wasn't looking for attention, then waved her hand as though to drive Shannon away. Shannon took that as a sign that she didn't want to be badgered anymore, bowed her head, and left the room. When their footsteps disappeared into the distance, Jessica lay down in her bed, still hugging the cushion. Her expression was still a little meek, with tears in her eyes. But for the first time in a long time, she had a very, very quiet and honest conversation with her heart.
私も恋がしたい。
As Shannon wandered the flower beds in the garden in high spirits, she sensed someone's presence. She turned around thinking that if one of the family had come to visit, she must greet them. And what she saw was that witch. What?
ベアトリーチェ様。
久しぶりよの。
What are you doing here?
どうだ？その後、
そなたの思い人との仲は順調か？
As Beatrice sat on the rose arch, she happily blew on her pipe. Sitting in a place like that would crush the roses. And it might have been dangerous if she fell off the arch, but after all, this was a witch. That was surely an unnecessary concern.
はい。おかげさまで順調です。
当然よ。わらわの魔法はてきめんである。そなたにはまるで二人が出会うのはあらかじめ決められた運命であったかのように感じているかもしれぬ。だがそれは間違いよ。夢運命だなどと思うでないぞ。
それは分かってます。
Bitch was calling attention to something. Two things, actually. That originally her relationship with George had been completely impossible. And that her magic power was so great it could manipulate that thing. Shin had become swept up in these sweet days and had started to fall under the illusion that all fate was revolving around her. But the witch's words made her remember. Relationship with George had originally been impossible. That might also be impossible in the future as well.
すまぬすまぬ。
I mean, the witch didn't guarantee that Shannon and George would be together forever. Admittedly, that's because she knows about the time loop, but...
医者と同じよ。病に悩めばすがるくせに、治れば感謝も忘れる。魔女が感謝された試しはないのでな。つい卑屈になってしまった。許すがいい。
感謝の気持ちを忘れたことはありません。ベアトリーチェ様のお力で幸せな思いができていること、そしてそのお力がなければ私とジョージ様が寄り添う運命がなかったこと、決して忘れたことはありません。
すまぬすまぬ。いじめに来たわけではないのにな。口が悪いのはわらわが性分。
Beatrice is actually trying to be nice. Why?
許されよ。それより、聞いたぞ。二人きりで旅行に行ったとな。さぞや楽しかったであろう。
はい。とても楽しかったです。
Jim's face suddenly grew bright. The witch laughed lightly as though that transformation was worth money. It is for someone who uses our kind of magic. If we do get involved and nudge someone towards someone else and it works out, we get power from that. It's worth money. Metaphorically speaking.
もはやそなたの思い人は一方的に思うだけの存在ではない。互いに思われる恋人同士よ。愛に満たされた二人にとって世界はただそれだけで成立する。素晴らしき理想の世界かな。魔女も焼こうというもの。
Beatrice laughed pleasantly. The smile was without a trace of malice, making her look as though she blessed the lover's secret meeting from the bottom of her heart. Here's the thing, if the relationship goes poorly, she gets power from that too, so don't rest easy, folks. After that day, Beatrice had shown herself before Shannon every once in a while. Even now, Shannon still thought of her as a creepy being. However, she was also hugely indebted to this person for bestowing the magic that had given her the relationship she had with George. So Shannon was trying with all her might not to be surprised or scared.
そうだった。ベアトリーチェ様、旅行のお土産にお菓子を買ってきたんです。よかったらベアトリーチェ様もいかがでしょうか。
ほう、魔女に土産とな。
It seemed that even the witch who boasted of living for 1,000 years hadn't been able to predict that she would receive a souvenir from a pair of sweet lovers. When she saw that surprised expression, Shannon thought of the witch as a friend for the first time.
ほほう、ラードと小麦粉で作った東洋クッキーか。それを西洋風にチョコで包むとは、まさに和洋折衷、菓子のシルクロードよの。なんだ、何がおかしい？
いえ、失礼いたしました。
The mysterious witch, who surely held a terrifying power, was chomping down on the treats one after another, making it sound like a squirrel stuffing walnuts into its mouth. After a while, Shannon couldn't conceal her laughter.
しそうになったぞ。そなたには今度ネロのドルチェビータでも振る舞おうぞ。バラは永遠の愛の象徴。今のそなたにはバラのドルチェこそがふさわしかろう。
Introduces delicious. She is a girl. The witch was in a great mood, having enjoyed the modern treats to the full.
これ本当にありがとうございました。もう私には十分だと思いますのでお返しします。
The thing that Shannon had softly set on the table was a gold-colored butterfly brooch.
返さずともよい。
As an alchemist, being given back, like, I'm not an alchemist, but Beatrice says she is. But receiving an enchanted object back from the person it was gifted to or given to as payment is an insult.
それに持ち続けていれば二人の仲はこれからも永劫に盤石であろうが。
Oh. She bound the spell. That was the enchantment. She bound the spell into the brooch. I mean, that's a good way of doing it, right? But oh, if she gives the brooch away for any reason.
出会いのきっかけは確かに魔法の力で与えてもらったかもしれません。でもその出会いを永遠のものにする努力は二人で協力し合って続けていくものだと思います。
Valid reasoning, Shannon?
愛もバラと同じか。過ぎた世日は根を腐らせる。苦労せねば育めぬ花もあろう。ならば好きにするがよい。
Either way, she gets power from it, so I mean, I see why she would say that.
身につけず宝石箱の中にしまうもよかろう。それはそなたに送ったわらわの行為だ。それを返されてはわらわも愉快ではない。
Yeah, having it returned would be an insult.
申し訳ございません。
They'd call Shannon.
そういう意味で言ったわけじゃ。
気を害してなどおらぬ。
Okay.
そのブローチはすでにそなたのもの。わらわとの友情の証にせいぜい大事にしてくれれば少しは気も慰む。
Beatrice calling Shannon a friend. Oh, that's not good. Keep knowing how she treated her other friend. Not great.
持ち続けそのご利益を得るもよし、宝石箱にしまい込むもよし、望むなら恋路に悩む別の者に譲ろうとそなたの勝手だ。
So, Shannon can hold on to it, and the spell will keep her and George together. She can put it in a box, and George and her will have to struggle through strife and suffering in order to keep the relationship stable. Just like everybody else in the world. Or option C, give it to another who is worrying about love. So the enchantment, it's effectively the same as option B, except the enchantment would be given to whoever holds the brooch. I mean, with the spell being bound to the brooch, that's how it would work. But Beatrice being honest about it. Damn.
ただ大事にしてくれればよい。さすがに粗末にされては心が痛むでな。
According to Beatrice, she had appeared several times in the past, in response to a person's summons, so she could give them an item imbued with some kind of magical power. Kinzo's gold. However, most of them, after they used that power to resolve their worries, would quickly come to think of that power as creepy, and forgetting their feelings of thanks, they would throw away the items they had been given with disgust.
だからわらわの行為に素直に感謝された試しは多くない。
I mean, Beatrice, you're fickle as fuck. So your goodwill is basically a whim. And we acknowledge that.
いや、初めてか。
I mean, I guess that would make sense why Beatrice called Shannon a friend. And called Maria a friend. Shannon is the only one to have ever thanked her for a magical artifact. The guy is the only one who believes in her strongly enough to overcome the Ushiromiya's resistance to spiritual energy. The witch laughed heartily, but it looked like a sad laugh to Shannon's eyes. She herself had been like that in the past. No, maybe she was still like that now. She was definitely a witch with strange and terrifying power, and most likely no one would go along with her if they could help it. And even though on occasion they had relied on their strange power, it had undoubtedly resulted in fear more often than gratitude. It must have deeply hurt the witch when that repeated over and over. From the moment she realized this, Shin said stop being frightened of Beatrice. That had truly tormented her for over 1,000 years. Maybe she really liked the treats. Beatrice, who normally spoke abusively, praised the black tea that Shin had served her, and looked to be in remarkably high spirits. On such turns, the witch and the servant grew animated talking about the trip with George. Shannon didn't know much about Beatrice. First off, she was a ghost-like being who appeared in unexpected places at unexpected times, and it seemed that not everyone could perceive that she was there. It seemed that each person had something called a wavelength, and that there was a great amount of individual variation in people's ability to perceive the witch. Only Shannon and Cannon could interact with her enough to exchange words like this. There were few people who could sense her presence, but most people couldn't even feel that much. From what Beatrice said, Cranston's wife in particular had zero magical talent, and no matter how much you followed them around, they would never notice her. Previously, when Shannon had messed up, and Natsuki had gotten really mad at her, Beatrice had started playing around, hitting Natsuki on the head with her pint. Indeed, Natsuki seems completely oblivious. Wonder if that's what's causing her headaches. But Shannon, watching that, had burst out laughing without thinking it had gotten scolded even more.
なら、親方様だったらどうでしょうか。
If Kraus has no magical talent whatsoever, and Battler is resistant, Kinzo is probably also... Kinzo probably only knew Beatrice when she had a human form.
魔法の研究とかをなさっているそうですし、きっとベアトリーチェ様のお姿にも気づいてくださると思います。
金蔵も同じよ。
Okay.
あれにも気の毒なくらいに魔法の才能がない。血だな。同情に値するほど才能がない。
As soon as they started talking about Kinzo, it felt like the atmosphere around Beatrice changed. She'd spoken about Kraus and the rest's lack of natural talent as though she looked down on them, but she spoke of Kinzo in a different way. Anyone connected to the Ushiromir family would know about Kinzo's legend of the gods. According to the legend, Kinzo had summoned the witch Beatrice and had been conferred gold. In short, that implied she had some kind of relationship with Kinzo.
だからあれは才能のひとかけらもないくせに至ったのだ。
Sheer willpower and knowledge. Not a single scrap of talent.
狂ったように独学を重ね、魔術師の域にまで達した。
He literally learned all his magic the hard way. Oh God. No wonder he's crazy. Kinzo's an occultist mage. Which explains why he'd use every trick in the book, including chaos magic. Fuck you, Kinzo. I mean, hat off to you for, like, your success, but seriously, fuck you. People like you are the reason why people hate magicians. Of all stripes.
それはとてもすごいことなんですね。
The Witcher usually looked down on people as unexpectedly praising someone. While she lambasted Kinzo, calling him talentless, she praised his efforts.
そして親方様は魔法の力でベアトリーチェ様を呼び出した。
まあ召喚に応えたのは気まぐれだ。魔法を否定して久しいこのご時世に才能のかけらもない者が必死にやっているのでな。少しからかってやろうと思ったのがわらわの運の尽きよ。
It's just my luck. Showed that this had been disaster for her. Shannon hesitated over whether it would be alright to encourage her to continue, but Beatrice continued on her own, ignoring Shannon.
一応書式もルールも揃っていた。いくつかの作法が混在していたが、まあその熱意に免じ寛大に契約に応じてやったのだ。そしてわらわは山なす黄金を与えてやった。
そして親方様はその黄金を使って事業を成功させ、今日の財をなすのですね。
魔法の才能はからっきしだが、商才と莫才はあったようだな。いや、理不尽なる賭けに全て落とす勇気と狂気ゆえにか。
Bravery and madness. Fast Magicians 101.
狂気は時に魔力に通ずる。なるほど。その点から見れば、金蔵に魔法の才能が全くなかったとは言い切れんか。
Yearly was because he went crazy studying magic. Jesus. Shouldn't have felt like she was daydreaming. While everyone in the Ushiromia family knew the story that Kenzo had delved into sorcery, summoned a witch, and the given gold, in actuality it was all rambling that no one believed in. Now the witch herself was telling her that it was true. Shouldn't have felt a little flustered at this insane secret that only she knew.
そして莫大な財産を得た金蔵は人の世で手に入れることのできるすべての夢を叶えきった。そして最後に世界の真理を求めたのだ。
Oh God. He literally... People use the term Faustian bargain, right? This is the literal Faustian bargain. Satisfied every human desire, except the truth. And without the truth, he came to nothing. Oh my fucking God.
世界の真理。
世界を構成する一なる元素。人の世で得られるすべてを満たした金蔵は人が求める最後の欲望としてそれを欲したのだ。
The single element. Love. She felt like she had heard the witch say those words before. When Beatrice saw Shin trying to remember what that was, she smiled awkwardly, waving her hand, saying there was no need to remember.
わらわも金蔵を少し見くびっていた。ま、おかげでこのざまだ。わらわも金蔵を少し見くびっていた。まさかあれほどの力を見せるとは思わなかったのでな。
And thanks to that I'm in this state.
茶飲み友達もなく、この島にもう何十年も縫い止められている。誰に話しかけようとも声は届かず、どこへ行くこともできない。なんとも退屈な数十年だったことよ。
As she laughed in self-derision, she tapped her teacup with her finger. It made the clear sound of porcelain. Shin didn't know whether the word self-derision was really an accurate expression to describe the look on the witch's face. Shin didn't understand everything, but she could more or less figure out the situation. It was surely a topic that she should not press with the witch lightly. Unless the witch started talking about it herself, Kinzo bound her. Kinzo fucking bound. The god... Kinzo literally bound. A god of destruction. His power stems from love. Because remember what the true power she has was from the Tea Party? The power to kill. Endlessly. Infinitely. When the Schrödinger's half-box thing. She's a goddess of destruction. And he literally bound her in place. Bound her to a human form, and when that human form died, she was bound as a ghost to the island. Fuck. Sum up everything she had said up till now. Beatrice, who had been summoned by Kinzo's magic, could not leave this island for some reason. Because as a ghost, she can't leave the island. Because she's haunting it. Because she had been bound to a human vessel. She had lost her power and her form, human body, living her days in boredom. During that time, her words had reached Shannon, who never forgot to strongly respect the witch. And she had made Shannon help her to regain her power, even if only a little bit of it. As a result, she had become able to drink tea with Shannon like this.
ベアトリーチェ様が私に割るように言ったあの鏡は一体何なのですか？
Eh?
ああ、その話か。この辺りの島で大昔いろいろとあったらしくてな。そのせいで良くないものがたまり、悪い歪みを引き寄せていたのだ。それを旅の東洋魔術師か何かが鎮魂の社を建立して封じ込めたらしい。それ自体はわらわとはどうでもいいことなのだが、困ったことに魔力の基礎が違っててな。わらわの魔力にも強い干渉を及ぼしておって非常に迷惑していたのだ。
Beatrice been informing that it was the disconnect between Eastern and Western magic. Shit! Didn't expect it to actually get said.
そうだったんですか。私はてっきりベアトリーチェ様を封じていたものだとばかり。
No, the seal was placed by Kinzo. Oh.
わらわを対象にしたものではない。だが、神格のある鏡だったからな。結果として、わらわの力を封じ込めていたわけだ。料理に例えるならこうか。
Using food as an example. This is the metaphor I use.
わらわの注文した西洋料理が厨房でまさに料理されているとする。ところがいざ配膳しようとしたら、客席は日本風で懐石料理が並べられている場だった。
This is the metaphor I use.
だから厨房は場違いな皿を出せず、わらわのところへはいつまで経っても西洋料理が届かないといった感じよの。
Oh, God.
だからそなたに日本風の客席を打ち壊し、場を一度白紙に戻させたのだ。
Give me a second, I gotta check to make sure my mic is on. Is it on? Yeah, okay.
そのおかげでようやくわらわの注文した料理が届き、力が戻ったというところか。もっとも、ようやく食前酒が届いたというところよ。メインディッシュにはまだまだ遠い。
So she can appear more frequently now and can work the magic to create minor magical artifacts like what she gave to Shannon. That her full power can't quite return.
今のわらわなど、靴屋の妖精にも劣る希薄な存在でな。何がおかしい？
魔女様の例えがあまりに面白かったもので、まさか魔法の話がお料理の話に例えられるとは思いませんでした。
我ながらうまい表現だったつもりだが、よもや笑われるとは思わなかったぞ。少し心外だ。
The slightly sulky expression rose the witch's face. It would not have been a strange expression at all to see appear on the face of two friends as they enjoyed their tea.
こう見えても、昔は残酷極まりないことで知られたわらわだったが。
The true power to kill endlessly. Yeah.
丸くなったものよ。
So she does have a heart.
人間とこうしてたわいない話で茶を交わせるようになるのだから。
She was probably talking to herself. As Beatrice gazed at the seabirds tracing the horizon, she put her tea to her lips again. Making sure he didn't skip anything.
雲が出てきたな。海も精彩をかけば灰色の水たまりに過ぎぬ。
そうでしょうか。曇っても海は美しくて真っ青だと思います。
Maybe the witch had noticed the deep meaning behind Shannon's words. She laughed lightly and set down her empty teacup.
もはやそなたの両目に埋められているのは黒い石ころではないらしい。どうだ、家具から人間に生まれ変わった気持ちは理解できておるか？
This time neither furniture nor human are in quotes. Shannon is truly human. Okay.
はい。世界がこんなにも優しかったなんて。
Since her relationship with George had begun, Shannon's face had grown brighter more often. Her smile had made everything go smoothly, and had even changed her luck. Shannon made fewer mistakes in her work than she had before, and the family members' opinion of her was starting to change slightly. Just the other day, crowds who rarely exchanged words with her had suddenly started talking to her, surprising her.
最近いい笑顔をすることが多くなったじゃないか。何か良いことでもあったのかね？
いえ。でも楽しい毎日です。はい。
良いことじゃないか。同じコーヒーなら笑顔で継がれた方がうまいに決まっている。その笑顔でもう一杯頼めんかね。
はい。
That had become a chance for Shannon to gain confidence in herself. Of course, it didn't go beyond her own heart, and it wasn't so big a change that everyone could see it. But she had begun to change bit by bit. Shannon understood it clearly. To know love was to gain a soul. To know love, and to know its laws. Is to gain a soul. And therefore to be born again from furniture through a human. There was absolutely nothing mistaken in Beatrice's words. By knowing love, Shannon had learned what it was to be human.
珍しい茶化をしそうになったな。有意義な時間であった。そろそろ仕事に戻らねばならぬ時間であろう。茶会はこれまでにしよう。そなたとわらわが茶を飲むことを好かん者もおるようでな。
What?
え？
The witch gripped a teaspoon, flipped it up with her fingers, sending it up into the air. Then it was flicked by the fingers of some invisible person in empty space, and flew straight into a bush close nearby. The bush moved violently and came out. It seemed that he had been there for some time and had been watching their tea party. The spoon was gripped in his hand. If he had not been able to catch it by reflex, it might have hit him hard in the forehead and caused him to start oozing blood.
安心せよ。茶会はこれで終わるぞ、カノン。
いつからそこにいたの？声をかけてくれればカノン君の紅茶も入れたのに。
女同士の語らいを邪魔したくなかったのであろう。
Cameron kept silent, but it seemed like there was a slightly hostile look in his eyes. On the outside, he acted respectfully, and unlike Shannon, Cameron did not trust the witch. Beatrice rapped the table with her pipe, and the tea set turned into gold butterflies which flew upwards in unison. They scattered in every direction and the cleanup was already done.
楽しかったぞシャノン。また縁があれば会おうぞ。まだまだ魔力が足りぬでな。姿を現すのも疲れる。
そんなに疲れるなら二度と現れるな。
Ganon had said it in a small voice, but it seemed the witch had heard it perfectly. She giggled but did not reply.
シャノン、次の茶会ではジョージとの話をまた聞かせておくれ。人の恋路より甘い茶花は他にない。
As someone who thrives off of love magic, that is true. There are no snacks sweeter than a person's love life. When it's going well, and there are no snacks more savory than someone's love life when it inevitably falls to ruin because of their own incompetence. Saying this from experience, unfortunately. As I said, I never have actually used magic to facilitate a romance. Watching toxic relationships fall apart. Yeah.
それではさらばだ。
Beatrice's body also became gold butterflies which scattered in all directions and disappeared. It was a very fantastical and beautiful scene, like a blizzard of gold leaf. For a while, Shannon quietly watched the witch's exit. Ganon approached her from behind and spoke with a very different expression on his face than his sister's.
姉さん、あいつと付き合っちゃダメだって言ったじゃないか。
ベアトリーチェ様はそんなに悪い人じゃない。確かにちょっと怪しいところはあるけれど、
僕たちにしか姿が見えない時点で十分にうさんくさいよ。あいつは人間じゃない。何を企んでるかわかるものか。
カノン君、それは少し失礼だと思うな。
Shannon spoke seriously, which was unusual for her. Ganon, who knew her well, must have seemed extremely serious. Ganon showed almost excessive surprise at Shannon's style of speech and remained silent.
確かにベアトリーチェ様は人間とは違う。恐ろしい力を持っているし、恐れ敬わなければならない存在だと思う。でも人間とは違うからといって、それだけを理由に忌み嫌うのはとても失礼なことだと思うの。
姉さんの言いたいことはわかるよ。姉さんはあいつにあのブローチをもらってから変わった。まるで魔女の虜だよ。ジョージ様との仲を取り持ってもらって頭が上がらないんだ。
そんなことを言わないで。
あいつは人間じゃない。何を考えてるかわからない。だから気を許しちゃダメなんだ。そして人間じゃないのは僕らも同じだよ、姉さん。
Ganon's words became more serious. Those words probably gouged at Shannon's heart. Shannon bit her lower lip and hung her head.
僕らは家具だ。たとえ名前をもらい人として接してもらったとしても、僕たちの生まれが変わるわけじゃない。
We're no longer furniture. Those words Beatrice had given her, which had made her happiest of all, floated through Shannon's mind.
家具じゃないよ。
I'm willing to bet they might be magically created, but I'm also willing to bet they're actually Beatrice's grandkids. I'm not absolutely sure one way or the other, but I think furniture has a very specific meaning. And from the purposes in which Sharon say she is speaking truth. She is not furniture, she's human. She may be furniture in manner of rebirth, and in manner of what she is considered from a magical lens. But she's very much human.
家具だよ。僕たちは人間未満の存在だよ。姉さんはそこを忘れたふりをして、人間のふりをしているだけ。自分でも分かっているはずだよ。
私家具じゃないもん。人間だもん。
いや、人間じゃない。僕らには愛する資格も愛される資格も初めからない。
Seeing that Karen's criticisms had shifted focus from Shimon's interactions with the witch, Shin also noticed that quickly.
お嬢様に聞いたよ。正直呆れたね。ジョージ様と一緒に旅行に行くなんて。家具の身の程を忘れてるよ。姉さんはあの魔女にそそのかされて、自分が人間になれたと勘違いしてるだけなんだよ。
聞いてカノン君。確かに私たちは家具だよ。
Sharon's getting to the point I just made.
人間に劣った未満の存在。でもその満たない分をもし得られたなら、それは人間になれたということじゃないのかな。
そんなものありはしないよ。
あるの。それを得たなら私たちは家具なんかじゃない人間になれるよ。
バカバカしい。なれるものか。
Karen spat that out, but weakly, and turned away. That was probably resignation. The baptism of days upon days of suffering the furniture had firmly sealed in his heart.
なれるよ。カノン君も普通の人間に。
よしてよ。魔女の受け売りは。
ベアトリーチェ様に教えてもらったの。私たちは世界の一なる元素を得ることで人間になることができる。それを満たさないならそれは人間じゃない。だから人は一なる元素を得るために生涯を尽くし貫いていく。
姉さんが何を言っているのかわからないね。よまよい事なら聞きたくないよ。
ならカノン君にも分かるように教えてあげるね。ほら姉さんの指の先を見て。
Shannon pointed straight at the sea, at the horizon. Shannon didn't understand what she was actually pointing at. He couldn't do anything except look between the horizon and Shannon's expression, which looked like it was posing a riddle.
カノン君は海が何色に見える？
It was all too simple a question. Kim tried to guess the meaning behind that question for a while. But since he couldn't think of anything, he gave his answer straightforwardly.
パッとしないネズミ色だよ。それが何？
Objectively speaking, the sea laid out beneath a cloudy sky could probably be described best by Cannon's words. But as Shannon closed her eyes and smiled, she shook her head slightly.
私には真っ青に見える。
Because it is still deep blue. It's just obscured by the sky.
そういう意味？緑色の信号を青っていうようなものでしょ。
違うの。海は真っ青。私には分かってカノン君には分からないなら、これがつまりそういうことなの。
Yet bit his lower lip and was silent for a while.
わからないよ。
カノン君、手を出して。
As Karen stood bewildered, unable to understand what she was saying, she took his arm and opened the palm of his hand. Jen had softly said something there. It was that magic brooch which he had received from Beatrice. The magic charm shaped like a gold butterfly which could fulfill love.
これは私の。だから私だと思って粗末にしないで。
After being told that, he couldn't just throw it away. Karen didn't know. Shoe. Shoe. What's a shoe? Oh, sorry about that, folks. It's still me, I didn't switch. Sometimes a coughing fit followed by a sneezing fit indicates a switch, but not this time, I'm still here. The passive influences have changed though. And I'm crying because not the pain from the coughing fit, but the scene is so beautiful and the passive influences are feeling it. God, are they feeling it? Shannon put the palm of her hand on top of Tannen's, and the brooch was wound by both their
これ
hands.
は本当の魔法の力を持ったお守り。きっとカノン君に大切な気持ちを教えてくれると思うの。
あいつの魔法で教えられることなんて。
あるの。だから身につけて。恥ずかしければ懐に忍ばせておくだけでもいいそうなの。
バカバカしい。あいつの魔法なんかに惑わされてたまるか。
He realized he said that Tannen couldn't be cold-hearted towards something Shannon was pressing on him. In the end, Tannen agreed reluctantly to take it, saying he'd prove that he wouldn't surrender to the witch's power. Shannon smiled and nodded back.
きっとカノン君は大切なことを学べるよ。きっと人間になれるから。そうすればきっとカノン君にもこの海が美しい青に見えるに違いない。
I think there is a fundamental misunderstanding on how that artifact works. I think the love already has to be there in order for it to take root. Just my understanding of how love magic works. The person holding the brooch has to already love the person that they are to be bound to. Because those were the conditions of the deal.
ネズミ色は何度見たってネズミ色さ。
違うよカノン君。そう見えるのは愛がないから。
Because of the howling wind, he hadn't been able to catch the critical part of what she just said. So Shannon said it once more. The single element of the world. She spoke once more of a world full of that element, where the sea was deep blue.
きっとカノン君にも真っ青な海が見えるよ。だって
Without love, it cannot be seen. Yeah, that is another fundamental tenet of love magic. Without love, the world cannot be seen for what it is. Brutal, full of an absence of love, and inherently evil. The universe is just plain evil. Because the fundamental thing that makes up everything, there is a massive lack of it. Which is why it's important to find love where you can. Because although all things are subatomically made of love. When it comes to the concept of love applied, the world does not reflect what it is made of. It's an absence of love, and so the universe suffers because of it, and everyone in it suffers as a result. Without love, the truth of the world cannot be seen, because the truth of the world is love.
Canon です、親方様。
Reserved for Kingsu to live his study. However, that in and of itself didn't mean his noble research had been suspended. He may have left the city for a change of mood, but the thoughts filling his head were no different from those he had inside the study. So Camden knew that no matter what the time, speaking to Kinzo when he didn't want to be spoken to would always be a disturbance to his research.
天気が重いな。崩れるのか。
はい。天気予報ではいつ雨があってもおかしくないと。傘をお持ちいたしましょうか。
それには及ばん。しばらく私を放っておくがいい。息子たちに聞かれても所在は知らぬと言っておけ。私は自らの思考を巡る旅で忙しい。
かしこまりました。それでは失礼いたします。
During the time that Canon bowed to him, Kinzo had already returned to his own world, and had forgotten that Canon was there. Once again, he began rambling to himself. Amidst those words, the name of that witch was repeated many times.
Oh, ベアトリーチェ。お前の微笑みに手が届かぬ。どうすれば蘇るのか。どうすれば再び微笑んでくれるのか。何が足りぬ。研究か資料か触媒か。
What is lacking is you're obsessive. You don't love her. You're obsessing over her. That is a lack of love. Driving madness.
それとも魔力か運気か神託か。
Magical talent may have a factor, but it's literally because you don't love her. You're obsessed.
ああ、ベアトリーチェ、どうすればお前の面影をもう一度見ることができるのだ。
Then you bet she's standing right there. As Karen listened to his master's sweeping voice over his shoulder, he turned around just once. When he did, right behind his isolated old master was the silhouette of a person that shouldn't have been there. It was the witch. At once, Canon, thinking the witch must be plotting to do Kinzo some harm, quickly ran back to Kinzo, trying to become a shield himself. But when he saw the expression on the witch's face, that emotion of his vanished. His Beatrice's expression was one of sorrow, or maybe pity.
愚かな金蔵。わらわはここにいるというのに見えぬのか。
But behind Kinzo, as he repeated the witch's name over and over, desiring to be reunited with her more than anything else was the witch herself. And yet Kinzo couldn't notice a thing. Even when Beatrice tried to rest her hand on his shoulder, he didn't notice a thing.
なぜだ。なぜベアトリーチェの微笑みに手が届かぬのか。月齢か。水星の周期か。惑星の配列か。何が足りぬのだ。何が。
無駄よ、金蔵。愛がなければ見えない。
Without love, the truth of the world cannot be seen. Canon took the brooch he had received from Shin out of his pocket. Could he learn something about something that would enable him to see what he currently could not?
愛がなければ。
Without love, it cannot be seen. He looked at Kinzo's back once more, but which was no longer there. The biggest events for the Ushiorine family in fall was the family conference in October. But for Jessica, there was another one before that. The School Cultural Festival. Jessica liked school. To her, it was a place where she could let out the stress she'd built up during the rigid lifestyle she was forced to lead at home. But for the Cultural Festival today, she had formed a group with her friends and would be performing casual pop rock on a temporary stage. She had kept on preparing and practicing for that and was really looking forward to today. But there was one thing that had been worrying her. She looked at the clock. There was still a little time, but she was uneasy. Would he really come? As she was about to breathe out a stress-relieving sigh, her heart jumped as all her friends suddenly started speaking in shrill voices.
嘘、ひなの彼氏超イケてんじゃん。マジすごくない？マジすごくない？リンの彼氏すっごい頭良さそう。あれでド S メガネなの？マジ本当？ダメダメ、うちの旦那ギャル男だし。
It's not necessarily the case that all girls are like this, but at Jessica's school at least, the cultural festival was really a boyfriend exhibition. Jessica didn't have a boyfriend. She had many friends of the opposite sex, but no special one. But Jessica was a little famous around school, and everyone naturally expected that she had a fitting partner. Furthermore, her pride had caused her to act like that was the case. Through such acting and dodging of questions, she had somehow managed to keep up the bluff until this year. But for various reasons, she hadn't been able to escape this year's cultural festival.
ジェシー、彼氏来た？え？いや、まだ来てねえみてえだぜ。仕事忙しいのかな？ジェシーの彼氏どんな人なの？せめてヒントだけでも出してよ。何系？何系？すごいよね。社会人なんでしょ？スーツとかで来る？もちろんメガネかけてるよね。キャー！ねえ、でも本当はいないんだよね。今素直に白状したら私の仲間に入れてあげるって。一緒にこの文化祭を涙で濡らそうよ。いやいやいやいや、いるいるいる、本当にいるって。
Jessica laughed awkwardly, covered with cold sweat. It was extremely doubtful whether she really had deceived her sharp-witted friends.
はい。なら、彼氏さんの偽物を立てて連れて行くというのはどうでしょうか。
偽物？誰を？そんなのに心当たりねえぜ。
Shannon's ridiculous plan surprised Jessica wildly. Even so, it was a little more realistic than the unrealistic method running through her head of getting a boyfriend in a huge hurry before the day of the cultural festival.
例えばですが、カノン君なんてどうでしょう。
ダメダメ。というか、きっとカノン君文化祭の日は仕事に決まってるぜ。迷惑かけちゃ悪いしさ。
もちろん予定表も確認済みです。カノン君はその日お休みになっています。
こんな時ばっかり容量がいいのな。じゃなくて、休みならもっと悪いぜ。せっかくの休みを私の見栄のために引っ張り出せないよ。
カノン君は引っ張り出されないといっつも閉じこもってばかりいますので、無理に引っ張り回すくらいでちょうどいいかと思いますよ。
そうなの？いや、でもカノン君に悪い。
なら晩作つきますね。おとなしく彼氏はいませんと白状なされてはいかがでしょうか。それは肩身の狭い思いをなされるでしょうが、卒業までの短くも長い間を耐え忍ばれるだけでございますし、愛し合う恋人同士にとって独り者のひがみ顔が何にも勝る甘い蜜なのです。
シャノン、私のために本気で悩んでないでしょ。おちょくってるでしょ。
Jessica rustled about with Shannon, her eyes teary. But Shannon was unconcerned, laughing with her usual smile.
はい。私とジョージ様のことを茶化してばかりのお嬢様への仕返しです。
At that comeback of Shannon's, the likes of which didn't happen even once a year. Jessica rolled around on her bed, hugging her cushion, writhing in suffering. Shannon's triumphant smile was unbearably frustrating, but right now she was the only person Jessica could talk with. She couldn't wait until later to suffocate her with a cushion.
いいじゃないですか、お嬢様。文化祭ではありますが、カノン君と一緒に遊びに行くチャンスですよ。
いや、それはそうだけど、いや。
Jessica buried her head in her favorite cushion, dyed the fact her face had grown bright red. And she bit away at her thumbnail. It really was a reaction to be appreciated. Shin and Jessica were about the same age, of the same sex, and they were also friends. And they were both right in the middle of puberty. They could never talk enough about things related to love. That's why they were able to be open with each other about these topics. So Jessica heard in detail how Shannon's and George's love was progressing. And on the other side, Shannon had heard the details of what type Jessica liked, and what kind of band she might be interested in. Judging by Jessica's reactions, it would probably be crude to talk about that in detail. But we won't get anywhere with Jessica just rolling around on the bed forever, so to be blunt, Jessica had been thinking about Canon ever since he had first appeared. There were almost no young men on Ropponajima, so maybe it was natural that Jessica, as a girl in puberty, had become interested in Canon. But if anyone said that, it would destroy the romance of a maiden's pure heart and of love at first sight. Shin had been with Canon the whole time at the Welfare Institute, so she had known him before they had started working. So Jessica had asked persistently what kind of person he was, what his hobbies were, what his favorite foods were, what type of girl he liked. Even Shannon could clearly tell Jessica was infatuated with Canon.
もう、カノン君をデートに連れ出せるいい機会じゃありませんか。
でも、カノン君にだって好きな人とかいるかもしれないし、私なんかの見えっ張りに付き合わせたら気を悪くするぜ。
お嬢様のような素直じゃない方を、何でしたっけ、ジョージ様に習いました。そうそう、ツンドラとか言うそうですよ。
I'm willing to bet she's trying to say tsundere. Willing to bet she's trying to say tsundere. He uses a pun in reference to the term tsundere. Okay. So tsundora is a reference to tsundere. So a tsundere is tsundora. That is the adjective that describes tsundere. Interesting.
あと十数年かすると流行るんだそうですよ。
Apparently they'll be quite popular in the decades from now, you know. To wink, wink, nudge, nudge, and matter to in like 6 minutes.
へえ、さすがジョージ兄さんだな。すげえぜ。
So he's capable of foreseeing future trends now, is he? Awesome.
じゃなくて。
No, wait.
ってことは、私ってタイプは時代がずれてるってことじゃねえかよ。
They say I'm living in the wrong time period.
もうダメだ。
Ultimately, Jessica wasted several days before finally agreed to the plan of having Cannon pretend to be her boyfriend.
はい、お嬢様。お呼びでしょうか。
Jessica realized she'd called him a bad time and immediately rewrote it. Ken always had a sour look, but even so, he had some good days and some bad days. Unfortunately, this reaction was the latter.
いや、そのさ、
Well, that confidence and effort she had amassed by practicing in front of the mirror all night was wiped out in about 5 seconds. Jessica turned bright red and hung her head. Watching her, Cannon sighed. Jessica thought he was getting fed up with her, and her face went pale.
シャノンから聞いています。お嬢様の学校の文化祭へお供するようにというお話ですか。
シャノンナイスじゃなくて、そうなんだけど、その当日の予定はどうかな。
シャノンから当日は特にお嬢様にお仕えするよう厳命されております。僕は高校には行ったことがないので分かりませんが、何でも男性の付き人がいないと大変肩身が狭い場だとか、後ろ宮本家令嬢が庶民に劣ることがあってはならないと特に厳命されておりますので。
シャノンは後でぶっ殺す。
Jessica kept yelling with a strange voice, a broken smile, and speaking glory further ahead, as if she were a boiler. As Cannon watched this, he sighed again. Cannon wasn't an idiot either. He fully understood what Jessica intended by inviting him. However, in truth, he found it nothing but bothersome to go along with the lady's game of love. But Shannon had spoken to him persistently about it. He was very indebted to her for many things. He couldn't refuse. And in his pocket was that brooch. Couldn't the strange turn of events also have been brought about by the magic power residing in this brooch? Ridiculous. But those words of Shannon's came to mind. What did Shannon see that I can mount? I don't understand Shannon's feelings. We are furniture. Oh, sorry, hold on. As if we could become something more than that. Jessica still rambling on in a strange voice and Ken sighing deeply were truly an odd combination. After the festival.
ジェシー、人が来てるよ。聞こえてないの？ごめん。誰？
As my friends all gathered together, they were looking this way with hard to describe expressions, whispering to each other in low voices that couldn't be called low. Even I felt kind of shameless. Did I just say, sorry, who? Like I don't know who's shown up. Yeah, crap, my mind's blank.
嘘、あれジェシの彼氏？
I do one look at the characters, real quick. In this scene, we have Cannon in a full overcoat. Yeah, that's just his boyfriend.
本当に彼氏いたんだ。マジ嘘、本当？ジェシカの裏切り者。すっごい素敵じゃん。
年下なんて聞いてないよ。
どこジェシの彼氏ってどこ初太って本当？
いや遅かったじゃねえかよ。
昇降口がわからなかったもので遅くなって申し訳ございません。
いや、その格好も似合ってるぜ。
シャノンが普段着では良くないと言って先日一緒に買い物を。似合いませんでしたでしょうか？
後で2階級特進。
Shaman, when I get back, you're giving a posthumous 2 rank promotion. She's still gonna kill her. But
なんだかここは女の人ばかりで居心地が悪いです。
だよな。さ、ここじゃなくてステージの方に行こうぜ。もうすぐ私たちの出番だからさ。さ。
soon the Jessica was just as uncomfortable. It looked like she was finding it difficult to cope while bathed in everyone's interested gaze. When he saw Jessica's appearance, Kenan thought that he might have made things difficult for her by coming.
なんだか迷惑をおかけしているような気がします。お邪魔だったでしょうか。
そんなことないって。
僕がお邪魔でしたらいつでも言ってくだされば。
僕の子だ。あひー。邪魔なんかじゃないよ、カノ君。彼氏勘付けだ。
僕はどうしていればいいでしょうか、お嬢様。
お嬢って呼ばせるの？羊系来たこれ。ラメー。今日はお嬢様はラメー。
そうですか。わかりました、ジェシカ様。
しつけ済みの様付けだ。ごめん、カノン君。3秒でいいから目つぶっててくれるかな。キスするよ。
These high school girls are literally exploding over nothing. Jessica beat their asses.
ではつまります。
Kenan opened his eyes. For some reason, there was a horrible tragedy in the room. Everyone had been driven into the walls, their arms and legs outstretched. Jessica put her brass knuckles back in her pocket before Kenan opened his eyes.
とにかくステージの方に行こう。私たちの出番はもうすぐだから、しばらく席で待っててよ。私たちは準備あるからさ。この先突き当たりまで行けば仮設舞台があるからわかるぜ。そこで待ってて。
Kenan seemed to be having a hard time adjusting, pushing him in the back. Jessica sent him out into the corridor. Even though Kenan was confused by Jessica's attitude and showed agitation, which she had never seen before, he followed her instructions and headed in the direction she had indicated. After sending him off with an awkward smile, Jessica slammed the door shut and yelled loudly,
さ、見たね。見たでしょ。満足した。ざまあねえぜ。
fucking vultures.
賭けに負けた。絶対ジェシに彼氏なんかいないと思ってたのに。彼氏じゃないんでしょ。使用人へのパワハラでしょ。ジェシの彼氏素敵だお。いやかましいぜ。ほら準備。
Jessica took the brass knuckles out of her pocket again and everyone energetically returned to their tasks. Kenan went down the corridor Jessica told him to, and found a temporary stage set up where the vending machines should have been. It was probably being shared in time slots between individual groups and clubs. The student group was singing, and the place was already fired up. Disliking that ruckus, he found a dark wall to lean against alone. So this is what they call high school. Sure is noisy, Kenan thought. Then he remembered Jessica just now acting in a way he'd never seen before. Honestly, she was in such high spirits that alcohol might have been involved. To him, the greatest virtue of a person was to always be composed and intellectual. In that sense, it was very hard for him to get used to the atmosphere in a school cultural festival. He had the responsibility of reporting everything he saw or heard to the master. So he would also have to report about Jessica's unrestrained behavior earlier. At the very least, it was not fitting for a daughter of the Ushuri-named family. The master Kratz-sama, and especially Natsuki-sama, would probably be angry. If I were to report it in a way that protects Milady, should I blame it on inappropriate school friends?
なんだよあれ。バカみたいだ。
Damon thought back on how Jessica had acted earlier and sighed again. He could understand Natsuki's headaches a little now. Come to think of it, Natsuki-sama is the president of the PTA, because of course she is, should have gone straight to a social after attending the ceremony in the gymnasium. Hadn't she said she wouldn't be there to see Milady's event? That was probably for the best.
人混みは気持ち悪いな。なんだってんだ一体。
Several female students keep glancing at me. It seemed they were all whispering the same sorts of things that Milady's school friends had said, and it was really unpleasant. From the thing that didn't Shin warn me? That if I was going to walk around a school festival on my own, I had better watch out, because a lot of strange people would come and talk to me.
お一人ですか？
Just as expected, a group of girls I'd never met started talking to me. Their stares started to make my back tingle. Didn't she tell me some magic words that could chase them off in times like this?
すみません。連れがいますので。
Well done, Shannon. You taught Shannon well.
ごめんなさい。
That, it worked. Instant reaction. Well, that got them to go away, but it hasn't really changed the number of people staring at me.
違うよ、あの子だよ、ジェシーの彼氏。嘘？あの子が？信じらんないよね。絶対にエアだと思ってたよ。可愛いじゃん。年下？いいなぁ。
No way I'm ever coming to a place like this again. Cannon sighed for about the 100th time that day. As he did, the lighting changed and the standing audience started cheering. Looking around, I realized there were suddenly a large number of people here. And unlike earlier, they were all guys. With this huge crowd, I couldn't even see the stage. Fortunately, there was a fallen beer case nearby, so I tried using that as a footstool. And I noticed there was no new group on the stage. The leader was Milady. She had changed into stage clothes and was even holding a guitar. I didn't know she could play. Now maybe she could. I'd seen her practicing air guitar before. Natsuki-sama wouldn't approve of any hobbies outside of stepping. Maybe she was always practicing in secret. Come to think of it, she's been returning really late from school recently, hasn't she? Maybe she's been practicing at school far away from Natsuki-sama's prying eyes. It really is for the best that Natsuki-sama didn't come. If Milady were to get scolded by Natsuki-sama after putting so many hours of practice in, she would probably be very dejected. I could hear Jessica-sama's forceful voice through the speakers. Jessie-sama. Maybe that's her nickname at school. Students in the audience kept calling out that name. I was a little aggravated by that inferior name, which was inappropriate for Milady. Jessica-sama was in great spirits as they kept calling her Jessie-sama. They were all probably her fans. With her mic performance, she was responding to that and firing the place up. It was almost like a sound program on TV. At first I thought all this was frivolous, but that feeling now changed into appreciation. This was pretty incredible, in its own way. Kamen had never listened to music of his own free will, but he had often heard the kind of music that the people of the Uchiha family liked. Since that was almost all classical music, Kamen had naturally started liking classical music too. So Kamen... The songs and the Jessica and the others were singing were, how should I say it, very modern. In any case, he thought that if Natsuki-sama heard it, she would probably faint.
Sweet
But everyone looked like they were having a really good time. The die-hard fans who had even brought a hand light sang along, dancing crazily with the exact same movements, almost as though it had been planned ahead. On the stage, Jessica-sama also sang enthusiastically, dripping with sweat. You couldn't find a single element that was appropriate for a daughter of the Uchirumiya family, but it looked like she was having a lot of fun. I couldn't keep up with the atmosphere, but anyway, Malay was full of life and looked like she was having a great time. As I looked at Milady having a great time, I thought, isn't this what Uchirumiya Jessica is really like? Don't you know better than anyone just how badly life on Ropponijima kills your own sense of self? Then the time she spends not as Milady, the successor to the Uchirumiya family, but as a single girl called Jessica, living life to the fullest must be very important to her. I worked close to Milady, saw her in all seasons, and I thought I knew everything about her. But that was only a single limited side of her. Milady Ropponijima. We are furniture. We serve on Ropponijima and end our lives on Ropponijima. So I come to think that Ropponijima itself was our whole world, as though, just like in the all geocentric theories, the ocean spilled off the end of the world into an abyss. But as I looked at Milady like this, I realized that this was a horribly narrow outlook. I still couldn't keep up with the excitement of the crowd, but I felt like I'd seen something that cannot be seen on Ropponijima, although I didn't know if that was the unseeable thing Shanna was talking about. I still can't see the ocean as blue.
「今日はジェシカの学校の文化祭だったな。校長先生はお元気でおられたかね？」
ええ、お元気なようでした。そうそう、高宮議員もおいでになっておりました。あなたによろしくと特に言っておりましたよ。
相変わらずご多忙そうかね。
そのようでした。あの方も精力的な方です。そうそう、あと榎本会長もおいででしたっけ。
Naturally, the topic of Jessica's cultural festival came up with dinner. School events often became social gatherings for influential people. It was the same for the Uchirumiya family and were big names around this area. As Natsuya remembered the names of the important people at the social, she updated crowds on the news inserting them. Jessica didn't really have any interest in that discussion and rudely slooped her confidence.
お嬢様、あまりお行儀がよろしくないかと。
へいへい、そりゃ悪かったぜ。
ジェシカ、そういう言葉遣いは改めるよういつも言っていますよ。
Jessica answered discouraged. When he saw that, Cross smiled a little and interrupted his conversation with Natsuki.
ジェシカの方はどうだったかね、文化祭は。
見ていましたよ。よく頑張っていましたね。
What?
まあね。
Jessica's face turned bright red. She probably hadn't thought that Natsuki would actually come to see her on the stage. She felt a mix of happiness and embarrassment. Actually, she hadn't wanted her mother to watch because she didn't want to be told that her music was inappropriate for the Uchirumiya family. But it wasn't as though it didn't make her happy to hear her parents say that she did a good job after watching her try her best.
ジェシカもなかなか落ち着きと貫禄が出てきましたね。生徒代表にふさわしい振る舞いでしたよ。
Wolf, she's so heartbroken. He informed she would be talking about the opening ceremony, which... the smell that had been there a second ago crumbled next to him. Just immediately realized she was talking about something different. Jessica was also the school's student president. She had no interest in something so annoying, but her parents had been pushy, so she had gradually accepted. Unfortunately, she was popular in school, so she won the election easily. So Nazi was praising her for the ceremony organized by the student council at the beginning of the cultural festival. Naturally, she had just carried that out half-heartedly. She immediately met up with her friends and had a stage rehearsal for the rest of the
人
time.
の上に立ち責任を背負うという経験は必ず将来役に立つ。後ろ宮家の人間としてきっとジェシカを成熟させてくれるだろう。
ただ挨拶が少し早口でした。内容は及第点でしたが、早い口調はそれを薄れさせます。一呼吸置く癖をつけるといいでしょう。
After she finished eating, Jessica didn't feel like going straight to her room. You could say that her room was the place where her parents had specified for her to be. So maybe you could say that for Jessica, choosing not to return to her own room, instead disappearing into an unknown location in this large mansion, was a meager form of resistance. Jessica felt that even being in the mansion made her hard to breathe, so she went outside to the rose garden.
まあ、来たところでどうせ後ろ見えての手すりとしてふさわしくないとかなんとか言うんだろうぜ。ならこれでいいんじゃねえかよ。
Jessica laughed at what she was sulking over. Laughed at what kind of words she would have had to receive to be satisfied. Ridiculous. In the end, I'm just a spoiled little kid. Can't believe myself. It's almost funny.
お嬢様。
カノン君か。驚かすなよ。
Cannon had suddenly started talking to her, just as she had tried to force a laugh so she choked.
何なんかよ。
その。
His expression had become the one Cannon always saw. The listless Jessica from a second ago was gone. If he still only knew Jessica as the successor to the Ichiromiya family as he did until today, he would have mistakenly thought Jessica's mood had sprung back to normal. But that was wrong. He now knew a part of her that he could not see until today, so he understood that there was no way that on the inside Jessica was just as she appeared.
今日は文化祭いや私の見栄に付き合ってくれてありがとうな。助かったぜ。
お歌お上手でした。
そうかよ。照れるぜ。
Even though she had heard the words she had most wanted to hear, Jessica became shy and couldn't accept them frankly.
僕には歌は歌えません。楽器も小学校で習ったハーモニカとリコーダー笛しか知りません。だからお嬢様も同じだろうと決めつけていました。
Cannon hadn't been consciously looking down on Jessica to that degree. But people playing unique instruments were always on the other side of the brawn tubes of the TV. He had got into his head that it would be impossible for Jessica at least.
僕は家具だから歌を歌う必要も楽器を扱う必要もないと信じてきました。
But I'm not sure anymore.
カノン君、その家具だからって口癖本当によそうぜ。 使用人の心得ってやつだろ。使用人は生きた家具であれってやつ。源氏さんがよく口にしてるもんな。
心得というわけでは本当に家具ですし。
福音の家の子たちがいろいろじいさまから援助をもらってるってのは知ってるし、それに恩義を感じてるのも知ってるよ。でもだからって家具なんて言い方はあんまりだぜ。私たちは同じ人間じゃないかよ。カノン君は私が歌ってるのを見て
とても楽しそうに見えました。
それは多分違うぜ。楽しそうに見えたんじゃなくて羨ましかったんじゃない？
そんなことは。
Even Cameron himself probably hadn't noticed that emotion. Cameron had seen something he'd never seen before, never known it before, and had probably become jealous. And to trip himself about that emotion, he'd called himself furniture over and over.
私は後ろ宮家の後継ぎだかなんだかだそうで、まあいろいろな面倒がこれからもあると思う。それについては運のない星の下に生まれちまったと諦めるしかないさ。多分カノン君が福音の家で生活しなければならなかったのと同じに、私たち自身にはどうしようもない。生まれる星は選べなかった。
そうかもしれません。
ただ私とカノン君では大きく違うところが一点ある。わかる？
I am furniture and you are not? It was about to say that, but stopped.
わかりません。
カノン君は自らの運命が自分の全てだと思って諦めた。私はこんな運命じゃ納得できないから自分の思い切りを頑張ろうと思った。だから後ろ宮家のお嬢様をやらなければならない窮屈な自分と、自分の好きなことに精一杯な自分というもう一人を作った。
もう一人の自分。
カノン君は自分のことを家具だからと言い聞かせてきた。そう言い聞かせなきゃならない辛いことがきっとたくさんあったんだと思う。それについてはでもそれだけでカノン君の人生を全て決めちゃうなんて、私はそんなの悲しいと思うんだよ。人はさ、自分の中に自分が本当に好きになれるもう一人の自分をいつでも作り出すことができるんだよ。現実逃避とかとは違うぜ。そのもう一人の自分でいるとき、私は最高に生きているって実感できる。だから普段の日常がどんなに窮屈で退屈でも、私はきっと窒息せずに生きていけるってわけ。
自分の中に自分が本当に好きになれる自分を作る。
Drink another me which isn't furniture. Through a relationship with George Sama, had Shannon given birth to a part of herself that isn't furniture? And did this other Shannon see something that cannot be seen by furniture?
私さ、カノン君のプライベートって全然知らないぜ。でもなんだか想像できる。カノン君のプライベートには多分図星でしょ。
Cameron couldn't reply, but that was answer enough. He had no concept of a private life. So Cameron would always be Cameron. So furniture would always be furniture.
カノン君のカノンってさ、本名じゃないんでしょ。
The Gospel House gave new students, new families, and a new life. But it also made a point of giving each of them a new name. In his case, that was Canon.
確かに僕のこの名は仮のものかもしれません。
He had thought that he wasn't anyone other than Canon. But he remembered. There definitely had been a part of him that wasn't Canon. But that was far, far away, beyond the distant thought of oblivion.
ならカノン君にもカノン君である時とそうでない時で違う自分がいてもいいはず。 使用人である時のカノン君は自らを家具と呼び厳しく自己を戒めてるかもしれない。でもカノン君じゃない時の君はもっともっと自由に生きていいと思うんだ。
Those words definitely weren't just lip service. Jessica had also been like this in the past. She'd cursed her own birth into an environment different from all of her friends at school. She had been the only one in a heavily constricted environment forced to learn various things. And she'd even received words about the friends she played with. Though she had been sad about that, she had given up, thinking that she had just been born under that kind of star. One day Jessica had stopped giving up and surrendering. Stuff like the Shiromi of family customs and pressure, those didn't matter. She created a real Jessica inside herself, who could do what she really wanted to do.
私さ、学校ではジェシってあだ名で呼ばれてる。だからさ、ジェシである時は自分に思い切り素直に生きてる。だからこそジェシカである時も頑張れるんだ。カノン君にもカノンである時とカノンじゃなくてその本名である時で違う生き方をしてもいいんじゃないかな。カノンじゃない時、自分を好きになれる自分になってみてもいいんじゃないかな。
僕がカノンじゃない時。
He had thought that his real name didn't matter at all. So he thought canon was all he was. And now Jessica was saying that he could create a new existence, another self that wasn't canon.
カノン君、嫌じゃなきゃ教え本当の名前なんていうの？
He was silent for quite some time. Maybe his real name had risen to the top of his tongue. A hesitating for a long time over whether he should say it. In the end, he swallowed it back to hum.
忘れました。僕の名前などもう。
Those words signified a slight
僕
projection.
が本当は何という名前であったとしても、今ここにカノンとしてあることだけが現実です。過去など何の関係もない。作られた家具の材料が元は何という木の幹であったかなんて。
だからよせって。家具じゃないんだぞ。君は人間だぜ。
僕は人間じゃない。
Ganon clearly spoke his refusal. It was with a rage that he normally didn't show. Jessica couldn't say anything back and was struck silent.
お嬢様は人間です。だからどんな生き方をしようとも自由で、どんな未来も可能性もある。それはまるで翼を持ち自在に空を舞う鳥のよう。でも僕にはそんなものはないんです。僕がたとえ鳥に見えたとしてもアヒルに過ぎない。アヒルに翼はあっても飛ぶことはできない。なのに空の夢を語るなんて、そんなのは残酷すぎる。
家具だのアヒルだの、なんだってんだよ一体。いや、
Jessica had unconsciously gone along with Canon's forceful manner of speaking, but she realized that she shouldn't fire back and swallowed her words.
私は君のことを何も知らない。生い立ちも知らないし、その苦労も知らない。だから君がどうして自分を家具だなんて言い出すようになったのか。でも知って、君は家具でもアヒルでもない、ちゃんとした人間だぜ。使用人としてのカノン君が家具だと言うならそれでもいいよ。でもならカノン君は家具でない時の人間の時の自分を作ってもいいとは思わない？
そんな可能性を抱けるのはお嬢様が人間だからです。僕はそうじゃない。僕には未来も可能性も見るべき夢もない。だからお嬢様、それ以上残酷なことを言わないでください。
なんでだよ、なんで。
お嬢様が僕のことをご自分と同じ人間だと勘違いなされているようだからです。僕とお嬢様は違う存在。それをはっきり申し上げておきたかったのです。シャノンに聞きました。お嬢様は 僕のことをお気に入りになられているとか。
いや
僕は人間に限りなく近い姿をしています。だからシャノンのように自分を人間だと錯覚して、一時恋愛の真似事をすることもできるかもしれない。でもそれは自分を騙しているに違いない。いえ、お嬢様を騙すことにもなるのです。シャノンとジョージ様も必ず破綻する。その日が訪れることをシャノンだって理解しているだろうに。バカなことを。
バカだってことはないだろ。そりゃジョージ兄さんは立派な人だし、両親の期待も背負ってる。確かに結婚とかになればエヴァおばさんが色々と口出しをしてくるだろうし、まあゼントは多難だと思うぜ。でもな、ジョージ兄さんはそんなのに屈する人じゃねえ。シャノンをジュリエットになんかしねえぜ。きっと幸せにしてくれる。
人は家具と恋などできない。お嬢様が家具を愛することができても、僕にお嬢様を愛することができないと。
Those words of Cannon's crushed all of Jessica's bittersweet feelings from today. There's no way she could have anticipated the emotions of such a blunt rejection. In an instant, she lost the willpower that had caused her to try and unravel something stubborn in Cannon's heart. Before she knew it, she was just standing there in shock.
お嬢様が僕を好かれているという気持ちが僕の思い上がりによるものなら、どうかお許しください。
まあそこは否定しねえぜ。
ありがとうございます。僕を人間だと思ってくれてありがとう。そのお気持ちだけで僕は本当に嬉しいです。そしてそれ以上は
いや、もう十分だぜ。悪かったな。
Just to scratch her head as she spoke, tried to force her voice to sound right.
私一人がいろいろ先走っちゃって迷惑かけたよ。正直ごめん。貴重な休みを丸一日振り回しちゃって。
いえ、僕も楽しそうなお嬢様が見られて嬉しかったです。
じゃあ今夜はこれで終わりにしようぜ。私も部屋に戻って消灯しないとまた母さんに怒られちまうよ。
そうされた方がよろしいでしょう。おやすみなさいませ、お嬢様。
うん、おやすみ。
Jessica turned the back to him and slowly trotted away, looking disheartened. But suddenly she started dashing pell-mell and disappeared in the direction of the mansion. As he watched her go just for an instant, Cannon was tormented by the feeling that he had just made a huge mistake. But no, he thought, this had been not a mistake at all. It was for her own sake that he'd been forced to refuse her now, while her pain was still at its smallest.
女を泣かせるとはなかなかやるではないか。お前がそこまで拒絶するとは意外であった。普通に受け答えしていれば、わらわの魔法で2組目の恋人たちが生まれていたものを。
いつからそこに。最低なやつだな。
He turned around, the witch was suddenly there. The witch, she had been there the whole time, enjoying their performance as if it were a play.
わらわへの暴言は愉快なる見せ物に免じて特別に許す。男と女のこじれ合いに勝る見せ物は1000年を経ても存在せぬな。わらわにとっては何よりも甘美な
Cameron pulled that butterfly brooch out of his pocket, with the crystallization of the great magic the witch had bestowed. Without hesitation, Canon flung it hard on the ground and stomped on it.
ほう、わらわの与えたものと知りつつ それは何を意味するのか。
今理解した。お前がしているのは恋のキューピッドなんて洒落たものじゃない。お前は結ばれぬ者たちに恋を見せてたぶらかして楽しんでいるだけの悪魔だ。
そう思うも自由よ。わらわが力を貸した人間の多くはお前と同じようなことを口にする。
ほうけるな。お前はシャノンを憐れんで力を貸したんじゃない。恋に胸を焦がすシャノンの心の隙をついて自分を封じていた鏡を割らせた。しかもそれだけじゃない。違うか。
カーグとはつくづく哀れな存在よ。夢も未来も恋すらもないか。よいよい、身の程はわきまえるに限るぞ。
She's being facetious.
ジェシカの心にはお前が察する通り淡い恋心があった。そなたはそれにハサミを入れ刈り取ったつもりでいる。だが知っておるか、木は勝手に茂らせたものより枝を間引き剪定したものの方が太い枝をつけるというぞ。家具に恋する娘か。シャーノンとジョージもやがては結ばれ得ぬ恋に行き詰まり、わらわ好みの大きな果実を実らせるだろう。しかしいかんせんあの二人はうまくいきすぎていて面白くなくてな。そこへ行くとお前たちは大いにわらわを楽しませてくれそうだぞ。
So Jim and George's relationship is doomed to fail. Obviously. But even though she had known the two could not be joined, she had let magic to join them together. However, they couldn't escape the fate that made it impossible for them to be joined. But she knew that. Even if they were joined, the relationship with Shannon, George, Ken, and Jessica would fail for certain. As they wandered through the eternal desert in the hell of love, they would be tormented by eternal thirst.
わらわがその力を対価なく貸すことがあるとでも、恋に手は貸そう。その対価はやがて必ず訪れる二人への過酷な運命の鑑賞料としていただくわけよ。
Yep. As I said, she can gain power either way.
これに勝る見せ物は1000年経っても存在せぬ。金蔵を見るがいい。恋の味を知り楽園を追放された哀れな老いぼれの末路を、死んでも死にきれぬさながら亡者のような生き様を見るがい
い。やはりお前は魔女だ。消えて失せろ、この悪魔め。
頼まれずとも消えよう。まだまだわらわには力が戻らぬでな。姿を現し続けるのはまだまだ疲れることよ。そなたら恋人たちに力を授けるのに無理をしすぎたのでな。触媒のブローチなしで力を維持し続けるのは今のわらわには容易ではない。
Gimli grabbed his foot even more into the stump birch, felt it break under his foot, and dissolved as if into water, and changed into butterflies that sparkled gold, which fluttered away from beneath Cannon's foot.
わらわもこの姿を保ち続けるのがちとしばしそなたの願い通り姿を消そう。満ちぬ潮も月もないように我が魔力も必ず満ちる。そして必ずや訪れよう。わらわがよみがえるにふさわしい時が。それが明日のことか来年のことか、さもなくば100年1000年未来のことかは想像もつかぬ。だがわらわを楽しませてくれる者たちがおる限り
わらわは必ずや力を得てよみがえるであろう。その時までしばし姿を消す。そなたの手のひらにもはやあざはなく、そなたが望むならば明日の朝にはわらわの存在など夢か幻のように消し去ることもできよう。忘れ去られることほどわらわに悲しいことはない。だがわらわは必ずよみがえる。そしてその日がいつ訪れても後悔することのないよう自らを戒めよ。わらわは必ずや再臨し、この島の真の主として全てを支配する。その時こそ再び黄金鏡の扉が開かれる。欲深な亡者たちが必ずやわらわを呼び覚ます。
くどい。早く消え去れ、黄金の魔女。
Leaving behind a mocking laugh, the witch turned into a flight of gold butterflies and scattered away. The whole area sparkled like a gold blizzard in a snow globe. With a fleeting fantastical scene that disappeared in a heartbeat. Witch could no longer be seen. Lord Buchanan felt like he could still hear that shrill, unpleasant laugh.
ああ、愉快愉快。なぜに久しぶりの人の世はこうも愉快なのか。恋に惑え、黄金に惑え。そのどちらにも惑わぬものなど人間にあらず。なるほど。故に家具とは言えたり。家具は人間に奉仕するために生み出される。そしてわらわは退屈なる千年の慰み者として人間を虐げる。そのわらわが家具を支配できぬとは、なんとも愉快な三すくみ。
To whatever Shirin and Canon are, Beatrice can't control them directly. And Canon is even more resistant because he refuses to become human.
金蔵め、実に面白いことをしてくれる。
And whatever caused them to be furniture made it impossible for her to control them. Kinzo did something. Oh, Kinzo, what have you done?
家具め、わらわを撃てるか試みてみるがいい。今宵まきたる恋の種は2つ。すでにまきたる種と含めてこれで3つ。
ベアトリーチェ、なぜに私を一人この苦界に置き去りにしたのか。私は憎い。これほどまでに恋焦がれているのに応えようとせぬお前を永遠に憎む。
親方様、それ以上のお酒はお体に障ります。南條先生からもご注意を受けておられるのでは。
黙れ源氏。お前には分からぬ。我が嘆きも苦しみも分からぬ。お前だけは我が苦しみを理解してくれていると、お前だけは我が最古の友人であると信じているのに、なぜに理解できないというのか。おお、ベアトリーチェ、なぜ私だけを置き去りに。
なんだよ、家具ってわけわかんねえよ。
おお、おいたわしやジェシカ様。寝室から聞こえてくるすすり泣く声に、私は事情を知りつつもどうしようもないのでございます。すべては若すぎた二人と近すぎた距離、そして生まれた家柄が遠すぎたゆえの悲劇。私はただただお嬢様のお気持ちを汲み取り、足音を殺して静かに立ち去るのみなのでございます。
So that's why Jessica was more cold to Cameron.
それって、どういう意味ですか、ジョージさん。
言葉通りの意味だよ。僕はまだ自分の城を築き上げてない。それができて初めて、僕は一人前になれたと思えるんだ。その時、君と結婚したい。
それは
でもそれじゃあ、もう僕の心が許せないんだ。だから、君に婚約指輪を贈りたい。
婚約ですか。でも私、家具ですし。
そうだったね。じゃあ、家具は人の言うことを聞かないとね。
Oh God, George actually taking advantage of his social status to manipulate them.
今、君に贈るのにふさわしい指輪を作らせてる。多分、今度の親族会議の日には持っていけると思う。その時に贈るから、どうか君の返事を聞かせてほしいんだ。君が僕の婚約を受けてくれたら、僕はその席で、おじい様を含めた全ての親族の前で、君との婚約を宣言する。
ジョージさん。
君と僕の仲をふさわしくないと咎める人たちはきっといる。でも、そいつらの顔を見る必要はない。君は、その瞳の中に、僕だけを満たしていればいいから、君を必ず幸せにする。それだけは、絶対に約束するから。
どのように実るのか楽しみでならない。熟に過ぎて腐り落ちる果実の液に黄金の蝶たちは舞い降りる。今より収穫の日が待ち遠しい。宴の時はまだかまだか。
Okay. We are caught up to what is considered present. It's saying chessboard preparations. I wonder what the fuck that's about. But, I've gotta go. I will be back tomorrow night. And we'll see what happens. I will probably be back in 24 hours. I'm gonna say good night, because that's probably when I'm gonna finally be back in charge of the body, regardless of who is working. Damn. Beatrice, you evil genius, literally sowing love to reap suffering. Oh God. Anything is part of my system of magic. But even I'm not that cruel. Alright, let's see if there is someone available for a raid this late at night. Probably not. Put it worth a shot. They're hosting, not actually live. Okay, nobody that I would want to raid right now is available. So, I'll see you soon. Night, everyone.